phone and then you like beam it over via Bluetooth. Like that's just not. That can't be a good beginner experience. Maybe I'm spoiled. Maybe I'm I'm spoiled with Lightburn and I'm spoiled with the knowledge on how to use this stuff. And people love their iPhone apps that only run raster images. I don't know, man. But I can't imagine having to deal with like trying to do professional looking work through a phone. You get the Ortur LaserMaster 2 Pro S2. The 3 is coming out, so they're dropping the price a little bit for $449, which is not brutal.
Why is the
it's
internet
not like
so
outrageous,
fucked
and you
up?
get that nice big work area. And then they make the little off-arrow 1 too. You can get the little off-arrow 1. It takes the same exact laser diodes. It moves a little bit slower. That was on sale right now for $199. That's about as cheap as they get. I feel like you've had crappier diodes that you've reviewed, Kyle, that are more expensive than that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would say if we're looking at diodes, at least from the ones I've had my hands on, because you're more the Ortur guy at this point, right?
Yeah.
I've had the Atom Stack and the Purviers, the Niji. I think if you're looking for straight up the smallest dot size possible to get the most detail possible, I think the one that I've gotten the most detail out of so far is out of the Atom Stack P7 M40,
Right.
which is like, I think on sale it was down to $220.
And that was kind of like, if I remember correctly, that was like the AL1's like sibling unit, right? Like they both had that cantilever design, the same smaller like 200 millimeter workspace.
Yeah. And part of that, like for people who are looking at doing, for example, like tiles or photos on like small canvases, like 4x6s or 4x4 tiles, or
I'm about to reboot.
what was the other project?
Business cards you can do.
You could do business cards. You could do. I mean, you could do small anneals on even metal with it. I mean, all you're going to get is anneals on like steel, but you can make that look good.
Yeah, we did in the testing video we did before the review for the AL1. We pulled that off on a couple like pocket knives, so you can do that. It's a permanent mark.
If that form factor fits for you, then there are definitely options around the $200-ish mark.
Yeah.
How much was the one you were looking at?
As far as
the sibling in size to the.
The AL1 is $199.99 right now.
So right around $200.
It's right around $200.
If you wanted a bigger footprint, like the 400 by 400-ish range, I mean, that's when you're starting to get into
LaserMaster 2, yeah.
There's so many options.
That we still haven't torn into that the LaserStorm L5 Pro yet, and then the Niji Max, that one was 400 by 800, right?
410 by 840 or something.
It's gigantic. It's like two full-size diodes side by side.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had to set aside my entire work table, essentially. So, I mean, it depends on the footprint you want, right? You have to have room to set up the thing. So, if you have a table you can dedicate to.
That just occurred to me too, because when the Xtool D1 Pro came in, I was like looking at the box and I'm like, holy shit, this thing's big. Like, where am I gonna put this? Like, even in my I have 1,000 square foot shop and most of it is empty, and I'm like, am I gonna build it on the floor? You know, like I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. So definitely you gotta pay attention to that footprint for sure.
Here's the other use case, right? Are you going to be doing a lot of custom work? Are you going to have 4 or 5 of these things running at the same time? What's the size of what you want to engrave? Are you going to be doing a bunch of custom tiles? So maybe somebody could retile their kitchen with Marvel-themed tiles or something?
Yeah. I mean, people go through like that phase where like they order like 50 3D printers and they have like a 3D printing farm set up, you know, like are you doing that? Yeah, totally.
I know a couple of people who have like 8 or 9 diodes that they just, when they go to their shop at the beginning of the day, they start up all of them. And So if you have like layers of shelves, you could set up like that Niji Max, for example, and bulk load the thing and sit
Yeah.
there for 8 hours while it runs.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome if you could set up a couple of those even. But
See,
you
I
have
would love to be able to.
for it.
Well, I'd love to be able to go back and just have a young person that's has an entrepreneur spirit in them, and they have like a table, like a dining room table, and they're going to go into something simple like laser, like customizing. All they're going to do is like, let's say, quotes of a certain person on a coasters or something, and knives, right? You know it's only going to be so big. You can get a very, like you said, $200 laser, and you can have a business if you have a market. Like if you can market it right,
Yeah.
some kid could just start a business and grow it from there and say, okay, then they have the money to reinvest and then start going bigger. But if you're like in an apartment, you need something that's going to be compact and not take up a third of your living space. And you want to eat a dinner, it's like your dinner table. You would sit a tablecloth on top of a mere 9mm kitchen.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think size and space is a huge factor too for your own situation. Like if you're trying to start an at-home business and not have a shop,
Right.
that's a huge consideration too, the space, because some of these things, like you said, the X tool is, what is that, like 800 by 800? The Pro?
No, it should be like 400 by 400. It's a standard size machine, but that's still, I mean, doesn't sound big, but it's big. Like that's a big area of coverage, 40 centimeters by 40 centimeters. That's like that big, man. That's not a small thing. That's like a big thing. That's a big deal. I think the footprint of the Laser Master 2 is bigger than the footprint of my fiber laser workbed. Yeah, I think I could fit the fiber laser like just barely, maybe. Like it's big.
My fiber laser, it only goes 300 by 300 that I have. I think the BMW Tech, whatever the hell it is,
Yeah. We have a quick question from Blow Me Down, saying, I'm looking for a laser to do custom engravings on die-cast. What watt fiber laser would I need to do very fine detail? Die-cast is soft, right? That's like a really soft metal. Malleable. So, not a lot. I'm assuming not a lot.
You could do that with like a 20 watt
Yeah.
and a really tiny lens and get amazing detail.
Something like a 70 millimeter lens or a 110 millimeter lens would be fine with that. I probably wouldn't recommend something like a 50s are a little hard to handle. That's kind of a different beast. Those are like really small. The lens is like right on top of the stuff. But like something from like 70 to 110 would be fine with that. And yeah, you do not need a lot of
Is the
wattage
stream
in order
choppy
to-
for you?
in order to handle die cast. That would be super easy for you.
That's
Super easy.
ideal.
For a minorly small investment above a 20 watt fiber, you can get a 30 and infinitely gain your possibilities too, just a bit. 30 watt, as small of a jump as it is, gives you a little more capability in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I should say.
Well,
Definitely.
we got a friend of the family in here. That Mama the Lasers just stopped in to say hey to everybody.
Heyo.
Got all the fam popping in to say hi.
Oh yeah.
And Dallas Roos here says opinion on Z-Tech 50 watt laser.
I am not familiar with Z-Tech. I haven't. I would hate to cast judgment on them because I'm not familiar with their equipment.
Well, that's the thing too. I think when it comes, like you said earlier, Alex, is picking your material you're going to work with is you got to do some serious research because this is a foreign language to me. Still, like, I'm still trying to pick up all these different terms.
Yeah.
And when you talk about materials, that comes with experience. So, where would you point someone if they're asking about like, okay,
So in order to
I'm
cut
gonna do
this
die
wood,
cast, how do I find out how soft and how
This-
malleable it is? How do they know that
thin
detail?
wood on one
The
cast,
science of it, really.
I have to slow it
Yeah,
down
that's
to
a
85.
good question because that's not really how I have gone about it personally. I didn't go the research route. I did the keep falling in the hole until you figure out to jump over it way. So I think the number one way is always going to be to find a responsive and trustworthy and helpful community of people that have done what you are trying to do already, and get that
I was
advice
running a
from
bunch
them.
of
I think
tests.
that's the best way to do it.
Did I?
It's not always the best way to do it because you can get bad advice. I've seen
Did
laser
it
groups
show?
that give people settings for PVC engraving.
Did it show Rob's new?
So there's not, it's not
Black.
fail safe. I would say, when in doubt, first thing you should do is check an MSDS
There.
on a material
There's
and see what
Rob's
happens when you
black.
set it on fire. That would be the first thing, and if that is safe, then start moving to like the getting advice from people that are ahead of you. A lot of metals you can just kind of tell. I mean, there's like it was the Moore's hardness scale. I don't remember off the top of my head. It's been a while since 10th grade science, but there's a hardness scale for materials, and if you start to look at those lists, you can kind of start to get an idea. I typically. But it's not just about hardness.
So, this is what I got for Mary so far.
Reflectivity is huge. Something super soft, like silver, super malleable, super easy to bend, break, is much harder to engrave than something super hard like titanium. Titanium you can engrave with no problem. It absorbs a ton of that IR, and silver reflects so much of that beam away that it's far more difficult. You have to go way slower, you have to get way hotter, you have to pull that line distance way in. And that's why I think really talking to people, you can do all the research in the world, and I'm not saying you shouldn't, you should, but you can do all the research in the world and then come across a situation like that. Well, I just took an 1/8 inch out of this titanium. It took me 4 hours, but I took an 1/8 inch out of it. Why can't I mark this silver? Like, it literally will not mark at all. And it's like, man, you need a line distance of like 0.002, You got to tighten that way up. It's got to get real hot because you're losing so many of those photons. So things like that, little things like that, are things that you're only going to pick up from a good community. But luckily, not to, this is pretty shameless, but we have a few. If you are new around here, links to the Discord and Laser Everything Facebook group down in the description, completely free. Great communities. Go check those out. But sorry, this is a long-winded.
A link to your YouTube video that has your buyer's guide in there. Break things down a little bit for price points and
stuff like that. Yeah, so I would stick to the text buying guide right now. We have one over at lasereverything.net/buying guide. The text one is up to date. The video version, which fiber laser to buy, first of all, only covers fibers, so we don't talk about other materials and other options. And it's outdated. We recommend some brands, and some of the technical kind of jargon that we use in there actually isn't accurate, so I'd hate to teach people bad habits. We're working on a new one that's going to come out alongside the Laser Everything Marketplace. So, Kyle and I will have that out soon. But for now, I'd stick to the paper one. That buying guide has tons of information, multiple different kinds of lasers. So, I think that would be a good place to start.
Can we shoot that over into the comments that way? Because we have a few people here, like Sparrow says, I have a question for anyone want to help me out. I'm new to the laser world. I'm looking to engrave aluminum, not anodized cuff bracelets. We'd like to know what type of laser do I need. So that's something I think he can find the type of answers he's looking for, he or she, in that buying guide that might help him and start.
And that's something we should talk to Amanda about, Kyle. We could probably make it so that we have like a quick form, like looking for a laser. What are you trying to mark? And they type in a material, and then they like put in their budget, and it spits them a recommendation. Like that would be really cool. That would be huge, and I think Amanda would be really good at that. So I'm gonna forget that idea. So please remember it for me, okay, bro? Because that's gonna just flood right out. But that would be something like that would be sick. The answer to your question, Sparrow, is a fiber. Since it's not anodized, you can't remove coatings. So CO2 and diode can both remove coatings from metal, like powder coat or anodizing, but they can't mark the metal themselves, with very few exceptions. Aluminum is not one of those exceptions. So if you're trying to actually mark bare aluminum, you will need a fiber laser. It doesn't have to be a powerful one. Aluminum is very easy to mark with fiber, but it will need to be a fiber.
Why can't I just do that?
One thing I will add that isn't part of the buying guide yet, the Wisely. that I just reviewed.
Mhm.
So, if you're looking for fibers, one thing I will recommend too,
Okay.
check through the buying guide. There's a few options there.
Yeah.
And it's good to look at different options based on what you want. So some vendors will offer certain sources, some will offer MOPA, some will offer lower wattage, some will target higher wattage, some will have stuff out of stock. So shop around. You can get good prices from reputable sellers and get quality. There is such a thing as too cheap because usually it means they're cutting corners.
Yeah.
So,
Gotta get closer.
Yeah, that's huge, especially on fibers. That's a really big concern with fiber lasers. So many fiber lasers are like $1,600, 60 watt MOPA M7, and it's like that's how much the source in that machine costs. Like that math doesn't add up. You know, like the parts cost more than that. They're selling that at a loss. Like there's a problem there. You have to recognize that. A lot of new first timers like don't understand that. They don't see that is fishy because they don't know what they're looking at. In fiber lasers, man, there's a lot of pitfall companies out there where it's just the math doesn't add up, dude. And there's something going on. Like just the components required to make that machine. The way it's being advertised costs more than what they're charging for the machine. Really big red flag. So we want to make sure that we keep an eye out for that for sure.
So like, here's the perfect situation. Cost for $600. What are you gonna get for $600?
Not a fiber. Yeah, there is not a fiber laser that you can buy for $600 to my knowledge at this time.
at least not one we would recommend.
Yeah, I think the cheapest one. I think the cheapest laser the cheapest fiber laser that I could recommend would probably be one of these over here, EM Smart. I'm working on the review for it right now. The review will be mixed/positive. There's definite limitations to owning something like this. The execution was fairly good. The company's
My God!
okay. But that price,
I'm gonna
right?
fucking
That
turn my
price
phone
is
off.
dropping. There's sacrifices for that. And these run around $2,000. So that's where the line starts for these machines. And we're talking about 20-watt lasers here. You're starting around $2,000. So if anyone tries to sell you a $600 fiber laser, please run
Stay
the
here,
opposite
watch
direction
that.
as fast as humanly possible.
Well, if people asking, do you think it's a good idea to purchase Lightburn to get familiar with the software before you get your laser?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And that brings up a great point, by the way. If you're in the market for your first fiber laser, right now, Lightburn only supports EasyCAD 2 boards. And especially the Chinese vendors love upselling you to the EasyCAD 3 boards, and you won't be able to use Lightburn if you get an EasyCAD 3 board. There's one use case for EasyCAD 3 that would not apply to most people, which is if you're literally unboxing the thing and putting it on like a production line in a factory. EasyCAD 3 might be the better option, or if you like seriously need the 3D engraving feature, like you have, I don't even know, sculptures and you need to engrave inside up the hills of the mountains on your terrain sculpture over and over and over again. Like those very specific cases, like either hardcore 3D engraving. I'm not talking about tumbler. I'm not talking about cylinders. I mean like complex 3D shapes. Or you're getting it for like a factory production line. You need to do like macros and program it to do certain things, or work with cameras for like marking on the fly, stuff like that. Then yes, EasyCAD 3. For everybody else, which is 99.9% of you watching, EasyCAD 2 board is fine. Lightburn is amazing. Absolutely. I would definitely download the free trial, start playing with it right away. You can start on the crash course. We have 2 crash courses coming. Well, one is out, one is coming. So the Lightburn for Galvo crash course is out now. That's for fiber lasers, CO2 Galvo lasers, and UV lasers. And Kyle is right in the middle of working on the Lightburn for Gantry crash course, which covers diodes and gantry CO2 lasers. Both of those are great tutorials, and you can start messing around with Lightburn right away and start to follow those courses and learn the ins and outs of the software before you begin. I think that's a wonderful idea.
Yeah, I really wish I would have known that thing about the whole EasyCAD 3 2 thingy, because I just bought that fiber laser, and I didn't know enough. So that's you don't know what you don't know, you know?
Yeah.
So I have the EasyCAD 3, and I'm like, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a link to it right now. Maybe Kyle can grab it. But we do have the EasyCAD 3 downgrade guide as well on the channel. It's fairly easy to follow. There's a little bit of soldering required. You can destroy your machine if you're not paying attention, so pay attention. But it can be done. It's not that hard. It's like 5 or 6 solder points, and it's all wires to connectors, nothing on boards. Not wiring to soldering to boards. So fairly easy. So if you did get stuck with an EasyCAD 3 board, downgrading's not that bad. EasyCAD 2 boards are like $500. So it's not ideal. Like $500 for the full size ones. Yeah. And then the light boards are like $250, which are also fine. They work for EasyCAD just fine. Depends on how many extension axes you need. So if you are planning on using an XY table, you're going to need 2 extension axes. You're going to need a full size EasyCAD 2 board on that. So, and Kyle threw that link in chat for you guys, just so you know.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Tech Turtle says, if I'm nice, Alex might sell me his for $600, right? maybe someday when just the Laser Everything studio is so full of lasers, we'll just do like a secondhand dump. Kyle, you're planning on giving away some diodes pretty soon, right?
Yes. I still need a couple of them for comparison's sake. But yes, we will be giving away diodes likely before the end of the year. I'm not sure when.
Chill. So something to look forward to for sure.
You know, so Louisiana Hobby Guy asks, once I downgrade, Lightburn would support EasyCAD 3. Like, I know it's a dumb question, but people are going to ask, like, is Lightburn working on EasyCAD 3? You know, like, and what's that? Because they have a good first run EasyCAD 2. I wonder how hard it is to change it to EasyCAD 3.
I don't want to speak for Jason. Jason's the best person to ask about this, but if I was just going on my gut instinct based on the things that I've seen and heard around him, his associates, and the community, I would say that I would not be shocked if we had Easy 3 support by the end of the year.
And I'm going to hold off a little bit.
Yeah, that would be my, that would probably be my max though. Yeah, no dumb questions, of course. There are no dumb questions. You guys ask whatever you want. But yeah, I would think by the end of the year we'll see something, a beta, a trial. I mean, even if it's not like out, something by the end of the year. So.
Yeah, that's one thing I like about having that mirror is now I can actually use Lightburn and apply that knowledge, not just practice on the free trial for a month, you know, like I want to actually burn something.
You get that taste of goodness, man.
Well, that's part of the reason why for like people that are like brand spanking new and have never ever owned a laser before, a $200 diode or a $300 diode laser is a great toe dip in the water because almost all of them support Lightburn. Via their Gerbil, so like the Lightburn Gerbil DSP license. You don't even need DSP. I think it's just $60, right? And you can just get the Gerbil license. I think you need DSP. You have to buy one or the other.
Yeah, if you're working on the mirror, you need a DSP.
Anyway, guys, it doesn't cost. It's very, very inexpensive. That's my point. And you can learn how Lightburn works before buying a more expensive laser. So that's definitely something that you would want to check out. But I don't regret also my time with OhmTech. I just want to throw that out there too. OhmTech taught me a lot about how those machines work. Not like the company, the reps, but like that machine, that red and black machine, because in order to use it and have it work right. I needed to like take it apart and put it back together again. And when you do that to something, you kind of figure out how they work, you know? It was a really great experience. I had the time and the energy, and I really enjoy this. It's fun for me. So I didn't mind doing it. And some people, there's more on the line for that, or they have less time for that. I get it. But it was invaluable for me because I learned a lot about how these machines work just because I was put in a situation where I had to figure it out. So just something else to consider as well.
I'm in that boat too.
Yeah.
For the viewers who don't know what I'm referring to, my machine that's now currently behind a metal rack.
I didn't even notice that until you pointed that out.
So my whole shop is torn apart because I had to get behind and to the side of the machine. So I had 2 of the 3 power supplies die on me, and so I've taken the opportunity to, and the third one was acting up anyway. So the company that sold it to me, I bought it through eBay. I got a really good price on it, but with that really good price came some false promises. They didn't honor the 1-year warranty. Surprise. And this is a big company, mind you. They just didn't respond. They ghosted me. And
Full on ghosting.
full on ghost. They admitted that, yeah, there's a warranty. But when I asked them to initiate the warranty claim to send me replacement parts,
Oh my
I
god.
offered to pay shipping. Or if they told me what it is, I'd order it from them. Ghosted.
Bro.
So, anyways,
Luckily, the parts you needed weren't that expensive, so we went shopping.
power supplies, man. 3 power supplies.
Doing the same.
And I'm switching it over to 110, so it's no longer going to be a 220 machine, so I can not have a gross transformer stuck to my machine.
Point being, you're learning
Oh
how
my
your machine
God.
is wired and its electrical requirements because you are being forced to.
Yes.
It's not a reason to buy a crappy machine, but it's a silver lining.
Yes. So
No wonder it's taking you so
Gives you
long.
confidence to work on.
Yeah.
But I think too another consideration is how much customer support do you think you're gonna need if you're a newbie like myself?
Yeah.
You're gonna want serious customer support, or be part of a really good community.
Yeah.
That through things like that. That's another reason you want to go with a for me that's why I thought
I think at the end of the day, people know that better laser companies and higher quality lasers come with better support, and they just can't afford them. I think a lot of people look to laser marking and laser engraving as a clean slate. It's like, I'm going to start a business, I'm going to break the chains of whatever it is holding me down in life, and I'm going to do my own thing. And that doesn't always come with a full bank account. You know what I mean? So if even if people have that knowledge, sometimes you just have to buy the lesser option. And that's why communities like this exist, because that's been a lot of us. I didn't have a dime when I bought my first laser. I literally spread it around on 4 credit cards and my PayPal credit account. Like literally, in order to get that transaction process, I didn't have a dime. And that's why I have a big 100-watt red and black Ruida controlled. It isn't even an OhmTech, it's just like an OhmTech copycat sitting in the shop, because it was the only thing that I could get to try to start my business. And luckily, I found people along the way who were willing to help me out.
well, shout out to the hobby guy from Louisiana here for the donation, the super chat.
Thank you, Rich.
Good people.
Always great having you by, man.
That's right. And here's the bearded builds. He says he has 3 only, he loves tinkering with them. So if that's what you're into, then they're workhorses out here.
If you're into that, they are like a wet dream. Let me just be like, they are so fun to work on if you like tinkering. A lot of people don't like tinkering. A lot of people want to design stuff and engrave stuff. But yeah,
I want to plug and play, man.
Dude, I love ripping these things apart and putting them back together and changing out. That's just fun for me, man.
Yep, there's something out there for him. That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there is. Yeah, there is. Whether you're looking, at the Ohmtex or diodes, and you're trying to start at that low level, or you need a plug-and-play solution, right? You're looking at something like Aeons, the Aeon Nero line or the Aeon Novas, really high-end stuff, guys, really nice. Some of the best Rita-controlled lasers on the market, or even the Thunder lasers if you're looking for more of like an industrial application instead of like commercial sided application. Some of the Thunders would be great too, if it's in your budget. I think budget's a huge part of it. Knowing the knowledge, having the knowledge about the material you need to mark, and then taking that and comparing it to your budget and what those lasers are in that budget range for that wavelength option. That's the formula. That's the magic formula here to find out what the best laser is for beginners, and then finally, once you have that determined, then you have to ask yourself, am I doing this as a hobby or for business? And make decisions accordingly. But I just don't, man, like I was guessing randomly when I first got started in this industry about what to get and what they did. It pays to have somebody there that's got your back, that can answer questions, that can help walk you through the process and help you avoid pitfalls. I think it's just so important.
Well, my thing is for me, I'd rather work another job to get the right fiscal availability. Just have this liquid cash just sitting there ready to go. And so I worked the second job. My girlfriend, she worked the second job. We still are.
Yeah.
Because we want to start our business with no debt. So we paid, we said, okay, we need $10,000. Okay, let's go do it. Then I found your damn channel, got me on these damn fiber lasers. I'm like, well, there's 6 more, and there we go. I'm gonna go all in,
Yeah.
But that's me. I'm the type of person, I'd rather work harder and push this back for 6 months to a year and say, okay, I want to be ready and debt free up front to give it more chance to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of my biggest factors was, you know what, I don't want to buy something and have to upgrade. You're constantly, you're slowing down your own progress. That's how I felt about it for myself. I was like, let's just do your research and find what fits your needs. Like you said, for me, customer support is huge.
Yeah.
And you get what you pay for. And like you were saying, you get what you pay for. So I said, fuck it, I'm going to just go all in.
Yeah.
Work hard. Play hard now.
So I think a lot of people that click on this video after it's live, I know you guys like hanging out with us. That's why you're here right now, because you love our smiling faces and our soothing voices. I'm well aware of that. But people that click on this video later, they're like, where are the brands? Give me the brand names. I want to hear brand names. So we'll rattle some off really quick, I think would be totally fair. Diodes, Atom Stacks, pretty much always going to be good. The Ortur lineup, pretty much always going to be good. If you want to be a baller and you just got a brand new set of gold grills, X-Tool, why not? It's going to be a good, you're not going to get like a crappy laser. Unless you mess up putting the thing together, it's not going to just fall apart on you, like it's going to have all the essential functions and components in order to do what it needs to do. Am I not thinking of anything, Kyle? We haven't sunk our teeth into the Niji yet.
I haven't sunk my teeth into the Niji enough to really have a strong preference one way or the other.
Yeah, sure. So we'll get to it.
Pergears, I would say, are very much more or less atom stacks. They use atom stack diodes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could get an atom stack versus a Pergear, they go on sale one way or the other.
Right.
Compare the diode modules.
Right. And the L5 Laser Storm and the L5 Laser Storm Pro. One of the big differences between those two models is the limit switches, which we talked about earlier. So
limit switch, and I think it has an e-stop as well.
I'm just saying, man. Definitely pay attention to that kind of stuff. Look and see what you need. We do have before we move on to the next type here. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you, Emily. Happy to support those who serve, she says.
Right.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you for being here. We love having you around. It's great seeing you pop in. I don't, we actually don't get you on live streams very often. You gotta come through more often, dude. Hang out with us. Hang out with the boys.
That's right. Okay, so those are your recommendations for diodes.
Diodes.
Yep.
They're just diode lasers specifically. It's like going to the grocery store and buying like the brand name soap. You know, like there's some the brand name peanut butter. Like there's some stuff you just don't get the store brand of. Don't get the store brand Dawn. Don't get the store brand Jif. Right? Like get the name brand stuff. It's that much better. Sometimes it matters. Diode lasers, get the name brand stuff. You're gonna like it.
We're not saying the off-brand ones are bad. We don't know, but in some cases we know.
Yeah, we know enough. I know enough to just say, and they're all. It's less about that and more that like one is like $199.99, and then the cheap knockoff alternative is like $187.43. And it's like, is that
really worth it?
does that matter? Like at that, you know, when we get into fiber lasers, and we're talking about name brand fiber lasers, right? Like, is 9,000 that much better than 7,700? That's a different conversation, right? With diodes, that difference is so much thinner. I think it's just go with the brand names. Like you're not, whatever comes, even if you know nothing about what you just bought, whatever comes is gonna be decent. That's what I'm getting after.
Right.
So you know that's that. Home tax. We want to do this one?
Yeah, let's do
CO2. Yep.
Another shout out here. We got Kelly Stixel.
Thank you, Kelly.
Kelly's on bids.
Kelly's bro for sure. Yep, we love Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly.
Awesome.
CO2 lasers. Home tax. Great value. Great opportunity to learn how gantry lasers work.
And we repair them.
Yeah. Sometimes you're only option. Are they bad machines? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think they're bad machines. I just think that they have very loose QA, you know, and borderline port support. Which it is what it is, you know. It's a $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 big ass gantry laser. You have to pay for it. You know, can you afford the time to put the TLC into a machine like that? Do you have the desire to put the TLC into a machine like that? The answer to either of those questions is no. Look at a more expensive option. You know, it's not worth it, especially if you're buying for business use. If you are buying for business use, especially a business that's already generating revenue, and you need a you produce a product and you need to market, maybe don't start with the home tech.
Yeah, time is money there.
Yeah, for real. Because at that point, it's already too late, right? Every minute that machine is not marking, you're losing money. So maybe don't start there. Maybe look at something more expensive. If you're generating revenue, you should be able to afford something more expensive anyway.
Yeah.
Outside of that specific call out, would I recommend an home tech laser to people? Sure. I like mine a lot. I really do. I genuinely like mine. It's a good machine. It's like that crappy old car that you drove in high school and now it just sits in the driveway and you don't want to get rid of it. You know, like you love that car though. I love that car. That's how I feel about it. So
Still starts on the first turn, man.
shit, man. That's what I'm saying. So yeah. Consider an home tech. It sounds like something that's right for you. After that, when we tier up, what are we looking at? Thunders, Aeons, Boss. It's been a while since I've looked at Boss's pricing. Are they in line with the Thunder Aeon stuff, or are they
More or less.
I don't know. I don't talk about Boss a lot. Does Boss even run Bermuda controllers? They do. Yeah, they do.
Yep.
Been a minute.
I think they just switched over to hybrid servos like Aeon and Thunder as well.
Play a little catch up.
Or it might be an upgrade option.
Yeah, Boss is an option. It's one of those.
She says most. I take her word for it.
Laguna. Yeah, Laguna. I actually spent some time with Laguna out at the APA Expo in Vegas last year, and I got to talk to them. Their machines look pretty nice. They're pretty nice. So definitely something to take a look at for sure. Yeah, the value is different between them. Yeah. People have Boss is in line with Laguna. That one I like. Can we throw that one up? That's a good from Jason there. Boss is in line with Laguna. That is accurate. So Boss and Laguna are here, and we've got top tier Thunder Aeon right up at the top. Very different machines. I've always viewed the Aeon machines as more of like a commercial application, and Thunder has always kind of felt more like industrial to me, depending on which of those industries you find yourself marking for more in. May help sway your opinion or decision between one or the other of those. The mirrors are sleek, they're very pretty, they're very showy. You're big on like your Instagram game, or whatever. It's got that look. It looks cool and new. The Thunders are more like beefy, like chunky boys, yeah. Which still looks cool in its own right, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with a sexy picture of a Thunder laser on social media. But it's definitely a different vibe, guys, there's rave reviews about both of those companies. I don't think you're going to be disappointed with either of them when they show up. There are pros and cons to any of them. Aeon, I know, that kills me. I hate that because there's a giant capital A in the beginning, and you know what? I think I'm just going to keep saying Aeon, and they can get over it. I can't help it, dude. It's a giant. If they want Eon, it's EON.
Yeah. Well, but also remember that there's that graphic novel, Eon Flux, spelled the same way too, though.
That is true. That is true. She didn't bring that up because that's irritating me. Neither here nor there. So that's CO2s done. Check them off the list. Fibers, guys. Fibers are tough.
Isn't it more about like laser source than it is about the company?
Yes, it's at the end of the day, you're buying a source and then the shell around it to get the beam out of the inside and to the outside. Kelly says Trotec Epilogue then make you hurt in the wallet. So just so we're really clear here, I'm not talking about Trotec or Epilogue because they run proprietary controllers and software. So I'm not talking about them. We're talking about Lightburn compatible Rurita controlled machines. In this case,
I just want you to get into Epilogue and Trotec. You're no longer looking at beginner level either.
Yeah, and once you're at Epilogue or Trotec, you're not watching my channel anymore. You're doing something outside.
You're spending 50 or 100 grand on a laser.
If you buy Trotec or Epilogue, you're getting help from Trotec and Epilogue, not YouTube. That's really what it comes down to. So
he said 50 to 100,000.
For the most part, for a new laser, yeah.
Yeah, the cheapest, the absolute cheapest, smallest Epilogue machines start at like $25,000. And that's just for their gantry machines. And then they have like the G2, like the Epilogue G2 is their multi-focus fiber laser system with like lens swap ability, like all this crazy stuff. I think the last time I looked, and this was a while ago, the minimum price was like $70,000 on that machine. So again, we're talking about Rurita controlled Lightburn compatible machines. That's why we're not talking about Epilogue or Trotec in this conversation. Anyway, fiber lasers. Yes, it is. It's about the source. We're talking about the source here. The source is the key. Everything else can be fixed or replaced. You don't want to fix or replace everything else, but it can be. You got to get a good source. Maxes, I used to say never ever buy a Max laser source. Now I've kind of changed my opinion. I say Maxes are fine if you want it for a second laser or for travel, but I wouldn't want a business that relied on one as my primary and only ability to mark metal. I just wouldn't. I'm not there yet. They've been doing stuff to update their company, update their image. perhaps improve their sources, but I've just not seen the light yet on that. So I'm going to maintain my be wary of Max kind of rating on that. What do we got here?
So Thunder and Eon is also making fiber laser lines now too.
Yeah,
I think we had Alicia on. She had the new Thunder fiber, right?
yeah, the Aurora. Yeah, absolutely. Which I'll get to. I've got a note about that. That's a little asterisk I'm going to save for the end of this tirade that I'm on right now. But so anyway, the Max sources. Raycus are fine if you don't need a wide frequency range. If your primary goals are very deep engraving or cutting of thin metals like sheet metals and things like that, Raycus, dope, no problem. If you're looking for an anneal machine that's going to do a bunch of beautiful colors on stainless or a bunch of plastics or polymers, things like that, Raycus, not the go-to. Because they typically have very limited frequency ranges, anything from like 30 to 80. I've seen some 30 to 65 kilohertz machines. That frequency range on those Raycus units is really tight. They do make MOPA. Really, the only thing I recommend to people these days. They're excellent sources, very high quality on build and performance. Usually you're looking at a frequency range on these machines of 1 to 400 or 1 to 600 kilohertz, way up into the anneal range. Way up into the anneal range. And that's just on their regular MOPA, like non-pulse width adjusted models. I think when you start getting to like the 60 watt M7, 80 watt M7 sources, those frequency ranges start to bump up into like the 1 to 4,000 kilohertz range, which is just ridiculous. And of course, we could get into MOPA lasers and a whole lot more here.
I got a question about that then.
Yeah, sure. What's up?
What is the benefit to go to that high of a frequency? What does that allow you to?
Well, yeah. So that's such a big question, and it doesn't sound like one, but it is.
It's an infinite number of variety of answers.
Yeah, seriously. The frequency inherently is the number of times, because these fiber lasers are not continuous wave lasers, they're pulsing, they're turning on and off thousands of times per second, right? Kilohertz, thousands of times per second. The frequency is how many times that laser is pulsing per second. 20 kilohertz is 20,000 pulses per second, okay? The faster you pulse that laser, the less time the laser has to charge up between pulses. So when you are marking at 400 kilohertz, that beam is going to be significantly weaker. It's going to have a significantly weaker impact on the material than when you're marking at 20 kilohertz, right? People like this. This is good because it means that we can heat things instead of ablating them. We want to just heat them up. Prime example of that, colors on steel, right? Colors on steel, we want high frequency ranges and adjustable pulse width so that we can heat the metal without actually engraving into it. So that is why. Now, when you get into MOPAs, and this is where things get complicated, is that the master oscillator, Master oscillator, come on, power amplifier.
Yeah.
Allows you to change the length of the pulses. So we have how many times is it pulsing per second and how long is it pulsing for. So the duration of that pulse, right? And if you drop that pulse duration way down, it's like a fine power adjustment. So your power percentage, 1 to 100%, would be like your big macro adjustment, right? And then your pulse duration you can turn up to get really long, heavy striking pulses. Boom, 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 right? Like the pulses last for a long time. Or you can turn that way down, 6 nanoseconds. That's 6 billionths of a second that pulse lasts, right? That would be a very low impact mark. So one of the beautiful things about this is that everybody always thinks about the colors. So I want to mark the colors. One of the coolest things that you can do with Mocha lasers is jack your frequency up and then jack your pulse duration up. So you're marking more times per second and the pulses are staying on for longer. And that means that you can keep your relative power at higher frequencies, which is really cool. So if I was hitting the material at 20,000 times per second and it was doing a pretty good ablation and I wanted to ablate faster and I turned my frequency up to 400, now my laser's super weak. But on a MOFA, if I raise my pulse duration and I turn it up to 400 kilohertz, it's now hitting 400,000 times per second with the power it was hitting at 20. Right? Does it's a complex topic, and Kyle and I are getting into MOFA stuff later this year. I'll do a nice big demonstration. We'll talk about it, how it works, what the consequences are when you start messing with those kind of settings. So we will get into all of that later, but yeah. Kelly says, Alex, before you end, please address the JPT M8 while on the fiber subject. Are you tracking? What do you expect in the market for the rest of us? Thanks. Sure, Kelly. Happy to talk about the M8. So the big thing with the M8 is the pulse power. Pulse power is measured in millijoules. Typically, machines for fiber lasers, typically the pulse power is the maximum amount of energy that you can build up before a pulse is released. So at some point when you have your frequency set super low and your pulse duration set super high, you're gonna hit a wall where your machine's like, bro, I can't handle that much power. You know, that pulse duration's too long. We're getting into like continuous wave territory, you know, where the components inside the machine simply can't handle that much energy. You're gonna hit that wall where it says, bro, you need to bring your frequency up, or you need to pull that pulse duration down because it's too much. That number, that limit, is your maximum pulse output power. On M7 machines, that maximum pulse output power is typically 1.5 millijoules to 2.0 millijoules of energy per pulse. Okay? On the M8, it's going to be, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, I don't know if you've seen this stuff too, multiple times higher than that. So what you're looking at with M8 is very, very high, very powerful pulse output powers, which effectively means that you can mark things that the infrared lasers saw as transparent. So you're going to be marking glass. You're going to be hitting metals much harder than you were before. It'll be great for cutting applications because you can deliver a lot more power in the same amount of time as you can with something like an M7. I don't know what the release date window is. I don't know how much they're going to cost. They're probably going to be super expensive and cost prohibitive. Not that UV lasers aren't already, which is what you need to mark glass as a galvo now, because the pulse nature of a galvo CO2 doesn't really allow you to mark glass effectively. Asterisk, exceptions to that. But without getting too complicated on air right now, because we are live and I don't want to bore people, the M8s are going to have super high pulse output powers. That is the difference between the M8 and the M7.
Yeah.
From what I can tell, I'm just reading the documentation that's being dropped here and there, you know, and picking up on notes and stuff like that. So
I've only seen the documentation on I think it's the 20 watt variety of the M8. Allegedly, it's wildly different versus the 100 watt
Sure.
M8.
Yeah, sure it is.
Well, I mean, versus like an M7, a 20 or 30 watt M7 versus a 60 or 80 or 100 watt M7, you're still within 0.5 millijoule. Apparently, the 20 to 100 is
it's a big range.
It's a big jump, apparently.
We're talking about multiple.
Jamie, want a laser tattoo?
So I thought this girl was working out like crazy, but she wasn't. I met her yesterday at the gym, and I asked her, how do you look so great?
Dang, girl, you have such a nice body. I feel like I'm here all the time and I'm not seeing any results. Do you have any tips?
Let me tell you what took my results to the next level.
This is what 5 pounds of fat looks like. If we want to lose this or more, check this out.
Thinking about starting to run on the treadmill again. I need to drop
Okay.
my belly fat.
Yeah, no, that's total BS.
Thinking I'm gonna start cutting carbs.
Also, total BS.
What am I supposed to do then?
Rubbing citric acid on the stomach for a six-pack, not gonna burn fat.
Dr. Drew, my wife Susan here. We want to show you something.
You've probably seen this guy all over your feed claiming that cutting carbs isn't necessary for weight loss.
One of the biggest fitness myths is when people say carbs make you fat.
Okay,
Carbs
I
don't
give
make
up
you
on
fat.
this.
I'm a big donut guy.
No need for long hours in the treadmill either.
If you think that I spend 3 hours in the gym every single day and all I do is regular steady state cardio all the time, you're wrong.
Now, I know it sounds too good to be true, but let me tell you, there's more to this than meets the eye.
The science of weight loss was cracked a long time ago. It's not a trend, it's facts. Following all those like trendy fad diets, all those trending workouts that you see online is literally a waste of time. There's already a proven, research-backed way to lose weight and keep it off.
I decided to delve into this topic and do some research. Turns out this guy is a celebrity trainer who's gained a massive following for challenging mainstream advice. He claims that what we've been told about weight loss is wrong, completely wrong. I've witnessed thousands of clients on V-Shred transform their lives and achieve their best shapes ever by dedicated, say, 20 minutes a day to 3 simple practices. And you know what? Makes a lot of sense when you listen to what he has to say.
Cardio burns fat, right?
Just days ago, Lynette and John Crow were served. They now know we're suing them in federal court. Don't worry. We got receipts, we got proof, we got timelines, we got all the screenshots. Why federal court? Because this county court is a kangaroo court. Judge Craig DeThomas is out of control. This man doesn't belong on a bench being a judge at all. So we're going to the higher standard. We're going to the higher ups who will not tolerate individuals such as Lynette continuing to interrupt. And frankly, if she does, she'll be held in contempt. She'll be in jail immediately. She will not be able to be a pro se litigant. She must have a lawyer representing her, or she just lets it all go. One or the other. It's either going to be a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 retainer, or she doesn't show. What does that mean for Ohio, though? Well, we're still pursuing things in Ohio. They obviously have broken the civil protection orders at the last town hall meeting, where they were there for over an hour and a half. And what did Florida do? Absolutely nothing. What's Ohio going to do? Ohio's going to mandate that they show up for contempt of court charges in person. And if they don't, there will be a warrant for their arrest. And if they do, great, because we already have another contempt of court charges coming for their arrest. You would think that the Florida courts would actually do something for all these violations of the civil protection orders, and thus far, they're still hanging on there in the court dockets. Now, all of her claims against me, saying that I broke the temporary injunction where all my civil rights, okay, not all my civil rights, just First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fifth Amendment, probably the 10th Amendment, Sixth Amendment. There's quite a few amendments that have actually been taken. Be fining her. They should be charging her with frivolous and absolutely ridiculous filings in the court system. Even if they don't, we're headed to the federal courts, where we are filing against her for extortion. Jeremy, give me money, give me publicity, push my turtle rescue, promote me like crazy. Or if you don't, I'll destroy your life. I'll post all these untrue things about you and George and everybody else in Otter Creek on all of my hate pages. I'll place signs up about you. That's what she's done. She's tried to extort us for money and for promotion, and she even expected us to work. Yeah, us who work nonstop around the clock, to work on her property. Wait, hold a second. Is that her property? Is it John's property? Is it her and John's property, or is it the 501c3's property? It's definitely not the 501c3s. It's in her name, 50%, John's name, 50%. And somehow, some way, she thought that we were expected to work for her. Don't work?
Tim Kennedy was raised in Buffalo, started in healthcare, and in the Senate, he's always had our backs. Billions for infrastructure, major investments in public schools, tackling gun violence and the cost of living, all while raising his family in the same town that raised him. Now Tim's running for Congress because Washington needs change, and Tim knows about getting things done. He'll take on MAGA Republicans, fight abortion bans, cuts to Social Security and Medicare, and threats to our democracy. Tim Kennedy, our champion.
I'm Tim Kennedy, and I approve this message.
Why are doctors secretly using this weird lamp to relieve sneezing, itchiness, congestion, and all kinds of allergy symptoms?
And in 15 minutes, you know what's happening? This amazingly high-tech device is neutralizing bacteria, viruses, and fungus, and even dust mites and eggs all over the room and the air itself. So it's sterilizing and neutralizing the air. That's what you're going to notice when you come back in, that the air seems weirdly fresh.
Surprisingly, many people don't realize that dust mites, the primary culprit behind allergies, are present in 84% of American homes. Traditional methods like soaking bed sheets in hot water, using allergen vacuums or air purifiers, only provides temporary relief and never deals with the issue from its roots. The only real solution is to kill dust mites permanently. Doctors, surgeons, and the airline industry know this. They've been using UVO lamp technology for years to protect their patients and passengers and prevent infectious diseases from spreading. The best part? This very same technology is now made accessible to you. Introducing UV Lizer, a portable, breakthrough, easy-to-use device that emits UV light penetrating the most infected surfaces, eradicating dust mites from the source. So you can stop worrying about congestion, itchiness, coughing, or any other allergy symptoms that you may have right now. UV Lizer uses hospital-trusted UVC technology, so it's completely safe. Just turn it on in the area you want to sanitize, wait 15 minutes, and come back into a space that's refreshingly clean and radiates a crisp, welcoming scent. This is ideal for anyone seeking to get lasting relief from allergies and put an end to restless nights. UV Lizer has already helped over 20,000 Americans of all ages breathe better and finally wake up energized from deep, restful sleep.
I suffer with asthma, and my husband has allergies.
Damn
and
it.
since buying 2 UV Lizers, I get 6 to 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep now.
But this is the only product that I found on the internet that actually works. My allergy symptoms are gone. Completely gone.
UV Lizer is constantly out of stock because people are opting for the massive discount on 3 UV Lizers 1 offer, so they can sanitize multiple rooms at a time, protecting themselves, their loved ones, and even their pets. Click below to check availability and discover why over 20,000 Americans can't stop talking about UV Lizer.
Don't worry, I got the receipts. A lot of people want to know what's going on with this order pit. Well, here's yet another email I downloaded, and it's huge, and it's long. You know, it almost sounds as if it's Lynette, but we know it's not Lynette, because he actually has grammar and syntax. He can put a complete sentence together. There's actual structure to his thought process, and punctuation. Thank the Lord for punctuation. It's not the only emails we get, though. For example, we have an email right here from Josh. He says, Jeremy and George, my name is Josh, and I'm a retired Ohio deputy, and I've been a fan for a couple years, and it's so frustrating to see what you guys are going through. In all of my 25 years of service, I have never, ever seen a judge behave like this. And Josh, I want to clearly state to you, there are so many people around the world that have never, ever seen a judge behave like this. It's out of control, literally out of control. And when it comes to checking your vehicles for GPS devices, look on the inside of bumpers, wheel wells. Why is Josh telling us this as a deputy? Because somehow Levy County deputies knew that we were at a meeting that we never attended before in our lives. They didn't phone call us, they didn't go to our properties. Somehow, some way, they're keeping tabs on exactly where we are. And we don't know if we can trust them or not. They're obviously not doing their job arresting Lynette and Crook every time they should be arrested. So, Josh goes on to say, when checking your vehicles for GPS, look under the inside of bumpers, wheel wells, under the truck bed, rails, between the truck bed, the cab, the grill of the truck, the whole underside of the vehicles. On a car, places like rear view mirrors, housings, behind license plates, top of mufflers, the behind the plastic and the wheel wells. The GPS devices my sheriff office uses has extremely powerful magnets. Josh, let's go take a look right now. INET's posted before that they were going to put trackers on our vehicle. Now, this is a pretty big vehicle. I'm looking at big wheel wells. As a matter of fact, Georgia's so small, she could get right up in here. And I don't see anything in there. It's been so wet. Everything's splashing. Josh mentions, I really think we're going to have to do something more extensive to actually check. I mean, there's just so much. So much. He did mention the grill. Let's check the grill here as well. Now, I see a lot of dead bugs and pollen. We need a car wash.
It's hard to keep our vehicles clean here in Florida, especially with it being so wet.
What's that?
What?
That's a dead bug. That is a giant dead bug. Almost like a magnet to the radiator. Okay, let's look over here. And nothing there. I mean, really, we never thought we'd be in a situation where we're actually questioning what the deputies are doing. How do they know? Why do they know? And why not just come straight out and tell us how they know? Why keep it a secret that they're keeping tabs on us? When, in all reality, we're the ones that have civil protection orders that need to be protected. We've had the opportunity to work with some incredible deputies in the Levy County Sheriff's Office, and frankly, we've had the displeasure of some that just don't care, that seem to not take their oath very seriously.
When it comes to insurance, do you ever think that will never happen to me? My car getting hit? That will never happen to me. An unexpected health issue? That will never happen to me. Damage to my personal property at home? That will never happen to me. But what if it does happen? And how exactly would having insurance help? Do you have insurance for yourself, or is it something? Okay.
Yeah, through my employer.
What kinds of insurance do you have?
I have health insurance, I have disability insurance, renter's insurance, not through my employer, and pet insurance for my dog.
I get insurance through my parents, through my mom's job, but for like 1 more year probably.
Just last week I got in a car accident. Things like that happen like more often than you think, and you can't really like predict it, so it's definitely like something that's necessary.
This is Your World on Money. Insurance. No matter how invincible we believe we are, or how careful we choose to be, anything can happen, and often when you least expect it to. Since we all need insurance in some way, shape, or form, let's chat with an expert to figure out what insurance is and why we need it. Welcome to our show. Can you start by introducing yourself?
My name is Hannah Horvath. I'm a journalist and certified financial planner.
All right, let's get down to the nitty-gritty. What is insurance and how does it work?
Insurance is a way to financially protect your loved ones and your belongings if something unexpected happens. It's, in technical terms, just a contract where you pay your insurer in exchange for that financial protection, but it basically can prevent you from going into debt or dipping into savings if you have a financial emergency. There are many different types of insurance, but there are typically terms that are used throughout all of them. Premiums, policy limits, or deductibles. Premiums are basically the amount that you pay each month to keep your insurance. The deductible is the amount you'll pay, typically each year, before coverage kicks in. Your policy limit is typically associated with your car insurance policy or your home or renter's policy, and that's the maximum amount your insurance company will pay when something happens.
So what kind of common insurance should young people, such as myself, such as you, what kind of common insurance should we consider?
Deciding which ones you should get is really up to you and your personal situation, but most young people should consider having health insurance, auto insurance, and renter's or home insurance. Health insurance generally covers your greatest asset, which is you, if you incur an unexpected medical bill or medical expense. While it depends on the specific policy, most health insurance plans will cover preventative services like doctor's visits, like to your primary care doctor or a specialist, flu shots, other vaccines, health screenings. Sometimes they might be free. In other situations, you might need to pay deductibles or other out-of-pocket costs. It's typically seen as very expensive, but there are affordable options out there. If you're under 26, like most young adults, you can stay on your parent or guardian's health plan. If your employer offers health insurance, that's often your best option. If you don't have health insurance through your job, the main way to get health insurance is through federal and state marketplaces via healthcare.gov. You can compare plans, look at their benefits and costs, and you can even buy a plan through that website.
Makes sense. So, what does car insurance usually cover?
Just like you need a license to drive, you typically need car insurance to drive. It's required in almost every state, and it can protect you from a really big charge if your car breaks down or you get into a car accident. When car insurers are determining how much to charge you for a premium, they'll look at things like your driving history, the type of car that you have, where you live. So if you have traffic violations or multiple tickets, if you have a more expensive car or an older car, you might pay more for car insurance. You can typically adjust your policy based on how much coverage you want, and that can impact how much you pay in premiums each month.
What about renter's insurance? What kind of things are insurance companies considering when thinking about what your premium will be?
Renter's insurance is pretty straightforward. Most renters insurance companies will simply just look at where you live and then the total cost of your belongings that you want to protect. So the more expensive your stuff is, typically the higher your premiums will be. But keep in mind that renter's insurance is pretty affordable, typically $10 to $20 a month.
Oh, that's not bad at all. What is one thing you wish young people knew more about when it comes to insurance?
I think people have this idea of insurance as just kind of...
Thankfully, we have an incredible legal team as well. And because of all of this, everything has been put on stay. We found a writ of prohibition. Trying to get Craig DeThomasis removed, we're asking for the writ, a motion, or to do something of prohibition to remove him forever from this case. Let's dig into that just a little bit. We gotta have a new judge. We have got to have a new judge. That's right. Jesus has got the gavel. He's ready to go. This is roughly a 49-page document. I've taken page 1 off, but this is the writ of prohibition that Craig, I struggle calling him a judge because he does not seem like a judge to me. DeThomasis gave my legal team until Friday, March 1st, 6 a.m. to get filed, or we are going to the final hearing. And it was filed because our legal team is incredible. And so we're going to show you some of this. At the beginning, you can see the petition for the prohibition, basis of invoking jurisdiction. Now, we're not going to go over all of this, but we're going to go over some of it. Statement of the case and facts, okay? And there is a lot here. All right, let's get into this just a little bit. Jeremy Hales files the petition for writ of prohibition, seeks disqualification of Circuit Court Judge Craig DeThomasis, Levy County, Florida. The statement of procedural facts with references to the appendix is set forth below. The merits ultimately involve the intersection of the First Amendment rights. That's what this judge has taken from me. Unconstitutional. And then seems to think that he somehow has the legal authority to do it.
Hey Dad, how old is Piper?
Free speech in Florida's cyber-stalking
How do you
statute.
not know how
Hales
old
and his
Piper
fiancée
is?
operate a popular YouTube channel program called
You're the one
What
who
the
wanted her, right?
Hales. I don't know how popular it is, but we've had fun vlogging our lives. Although this has not been fun at all this winter. In a video journal of their lives with much interest generated in their treasure hunting experiences, as well as the promotional events, which include extensive charitable giving. That's what we love to film. As a Levy County deputy says, you're only doing this for YouTube. You know what? We love to film giving and helping and things along those lines. We have to film the sheriff deputies for accountability. He literally, previous video, as he makes these comments about YouTube, proves the point of why I have to film for accountability. Let's see.
Mocking the email, I feel.
Without a doubt. They have a national, international viewership, approximately 700,000 people. They also have a stalker fan who moved across the street in a town, a population of 100. Ask yourself a question. Why does Lynette, John Crook, move to the town of Otter Creek when they have a life-threatening child that even a cold, anything could unalive this individual, according to Lynette. This
And
is what
further away from her
she's
metabolic.
posted. I didn't post this. She posted this, and as George just said, further away from doctors. Now,
Drinking warm water before bed resets blood sugar levels and reverses type 2. Thousands of people are apparently regaining control of their blood sugar every night as they sleep.
now she's in fecal matter. Now she's in with reptiles that carry salmonella. Now she's with busted glass and nails and every hazard you can think of. Messed up situation here, by far. Now, George and I didn't know that when we bought the property here, and we were hiding out in the woods, and it works great for our business plan. The only reason they came here was to stalk, was for money, promotion, free labor. And it goes on and on and on. It says this petition for writ of prohibition arises from the trial court's denial of 3 motions filed by Jeremy Hales to disqualify Circuit Judge Craig DeThomasis on bias. Complete and total bias. His name should be Judge Craig DeBiases, not the Thomases, in all reality. The judge, on February 14th, the judge entered a 5-page single-space order denying Jeremy Hale's second order. Okay? It goes on and on. Hale's first motion to disqualify Judge DeThomasis was filed December 21st, 2023, a result of Judge DeThomasis' excessive participation of a hearing on November 29th. In other words, he acted as if he was Lynette's lawyer. This is a judge who seems he can't forget. He can't stop litigating. He's not a litigator anymore. He's not a lawyer. He's not legal counsel. He's a judge. His job is to listen. As a judge, his job isn't to keep talking or to keep guiding or keep telling Lynette what to say. And we can go on and on and on. We go on to say documentary evidence in this record is included in the appendix. In other words, all the information is there. Transcripts have been typed up. Nature of the relief. Let's look at it here. Nature of the relief, what are we looking at? Jeremy Hill seeks a writ of prohibition, prohibiting. You understand that's what we're doing. Writ to ask for prohibition to prohibit. We're asking for them to prohibit Judge Craig DeThomasis for further participation in the Levy County Court case. Bam! There's our number right there. 2023 DR 000416. Look at that. I can do that upside down. I didn't even know I could read, let alone upside down. You know, I've been practicing, George. I'm watching Sesame Street, Lamb Chop.
Way to toot your own horn.
I have not been tooting. I can promise you that. That is you. Okay, so additionally, Hales requests an issuance of an order to show cause so that the stay of trial proceedings may be effectuated pending deposition of the merits. The final hearing was set for March 1st and has been continued with the date to be determined. Good cause exists for this court to show cause order because the intolerable, look at this, the intolerable adversarial atmosphere Judge DeThomasis has, you already can see it, you can read it. I love these words. I wish I was a word.
Them is fancy big words.
Big words. Okay, all right. I know some of these words. Okay. Engendered as set forth in the petition for the writ of prohibition. All right. We have a standard of review, and basically what this says is, hey, you gotta legally take a look at this. Okay. Argument. Now, this is pages and pages of what this judge has done. Pages of what this judge has done. How could a higher court not dismiss him in this case? Of course, we've seen that as we've fought against Town Hall in Otter Creek, as Levy County Sheriff Station and deputies haven't done what they're supposed to do. Court system hasn't done what they're supposed to do. So who knows? How high is the corruption? How wide does this disease spread with these good old boys in this network? All right, argument right here, as you can see. Judge Adamas' lengthy, self-indulgent orders denying motions to disqualify are themselves independently basis for disqualification. Then you have to understand we have filed 3, not 1, not 2, 3 motions to disqualify him. And all he is legally supposed to do is say yes or no. Instead, what he does is write lengthy book reports, lengthy
defensive report.
And that's what it is. It comes right down to his legal background. He was a defense attorney for years and years and years. This is a judge who is not experienced whatsoever. He's cutting his teeth on his black robe syndrome right now. He is a babe in this robe, and he still thinks he's some kind of lawyer. And I can't even imagine why he's spending all of his nights typing all of this information up, his weekends typing all of this information up.
You want to see
Yes
baby
or
pictures?
no?
No!
That in
No!
itself is the reason
No!
to independently 3 times disqualify him, get rid of him. When a trial court looks beyond the legal sufficiency of a motion to disqualify for a basis and attempts to refute all the allegations, it exceeds the proper scope, and the disqualification is required on that basis
Piper, lay down.
alone. Regardless of the correctness of the denial of the motion is legally insufficient, and all the case law is in here. And you can see that Craig Thomas, Craig Tobias, loves to defend himself. My goodness, he loves to defend himself. You know who I want defending me? This judge. Yeah, with that gavel. Alright, Judge Craig Thomas, however, seems to believe that in 2024 that a trial court may comment on the status of the record when denying a motion to disqualify for bias. However,
It's called a delay.
this has not been law in the first DMCA where Levy County Courthouse lies. Nonetheless, paragraph 4, watch this. Paragraph
This is
4,
the most
Judges 228 order
defined
denying this
engraving
disqualification motion states
I have done.
in this court's prior order issued on February 14th, 2024, under subsection, oh my goodness, here we go.
Detail.
Times and 13 seconds. And Mark Feather! Alright, subsection 7A.
You got it.
The court explained the relevant and material status. The relevant material status of the record, not by taking issue with the averments contained within the motion under review.
As stable long-term investments go, how many core memories have you made with a stock or a bond? Enough dreaming already. Land.com, the place to invest in your open space.
Wanna leave works all day, so I can keep working my magic. Just wanna leave. 12 hours of uninterrupted pain relief. Aleve, who do you take it for? And for fast topical pain relief, try Aleve-X.
Okay.
But rather by identifying that it was true that there were several transgressions from the applicable law and procedure engaged by counsel. Mark Feather!
Oh, wait, oh.
Throughout the proceedings, which were addressed by the court as they arose.
I got confused
Addressed
because
by
you're
the
also
court
drinking one
again
and I forgot that
and
it's
again
and
and again.
So you were drinking mine.
It will never
No!
stop.
I was
This
drinking
man
that one.
needs to issue an injunction on himself for Mark Feather. He's obsessed. He won't let Mark Feather go. By the way, Mark Feather is going to be on our Sunday Night Live. That's scheduled currently. So stay tuned.
Mark your calendars.
8 p.m. this Sunday evening.
Jamie
Mark Feather your calendars.
You better Mark Feather everything.
watch
You
baby
better,
pictures.
yeah.
She wants to show your
Cheers,
girlfriend.
Jesus. All right, this is water. This is water. He did not. I know what you're thinking. He just turned this water into wine. That did not happen.
I can put it right on the
We're
internet.
not sponsored by
On the internet?
Turn it into
No, not on the internet.
cherry lime.
Not on the internet. No.
So it goes on
God.
again and again, and this says no other reason for denial shall be stated. That's the law. Craig, Judge Craig, the biases can't go on these lengthy orations of why he's so right, why he's Jesus, but Jesus isn't Jesus. Okay? And so by his own denials, that is basis for this justification. Now, and you can see it over and over again as far as the case law. No other reason for denial shall be stated. Some, contrary to the law, no other reason for denial shall be stated. This is all case law. All case law. All right, and we go on. Mr. Hales is having to address matters in Ohio court related to this situation. It has to be tomorrow morning based on the representation. The court continued the matter, which at the time did not have any temporary injunction relief in place, to reconvene on 12/6/23. Now, in the last hearing, Craig, the biases said that it was my fault. All these continuations are my fault. No, this was because he allowed Lynette to just ramble in circles, and he guided and he directed her. And then court was closing at 5 o'clock. That isn't a continuance based on me. That's a continuance based on him, which I had a flight the next morning to Ohio to deal with things in the Ohio court. Nobody said it was a court hearing. It was to deal with things in Ohio court. They have broken, they have violated, John Crook and Lynette both have violated our civil protection order. And they had a hearing on it based on all of what they've done January 10th. We're still waiting for that verdict.
Well, that first hearing, we watched other cases ahead of us, multiple cases, and they took 15 minutes.
15 minutes!
15, 20 minutes. Hers took 2 hours.
Oh my goodness. All right. It just goes on and on and on. Tribunal and such. This is what he's done. Tribunal and such behavior was addressed on 123-24 at the courts, considering the totality of the circumstances in the case, deliberating, and it just goes on and on. C. Further, despite the clear dictates of the Florida Supreme Court in Administrative Order AOSC 11-22 and the Judicial Circuit Administrative Order 1.14 Volume 2, there was an undisputed evidence that confirmed that an attorney for the respondent, Mark Feather, despite having previously signed an document that he was aware and admonished regarding the prohibition of dissemination of unredacted copies of court proceedings, which are the same as redacted. Unredacted, redacted, all the same. There's no confidential information. Therefore, there is nothing to redact. I hope everybody understands that. And then what happens is this states that Craig DeBiasis declares Mark Feather guilty, even though Craig DeBiasis is not, Judge Grudge is not the presiding judge over the case, but he declares my attorney guilty.
What's he guilty of? What's the judge guilty of? He's guilty of all kinds of stuff.
Jesus. Give me a little help. What's Craig DeBiasis guilty of? I know. He said Craig Judge DeThomasis is a brood of vipers, whitewashed sepulcher, and a few other things. He actually said that he was a tax collector as well. And if you know anything about Jesus' culture, Hebrew culture back in the day, the very worst insult, okay? You could be called a harlot, and if you understand what that is, that would be, you find a lady out in the streets in the middle of the night and you have an interaction, that's a harlot. That was a higher standard, that was a higher acceptable thing in culture. The lowest of the low was being a tax collector. And that is the ultimate insult was to be a tax collector. And he said that Greg DeBiasis would be an incredible tax collector. Okay, let's go on. We've got page 9. Let's just move page 9 on over there. Okay. Boy.
More receipts.
More receipts. More.
Proof, more
way too
timeline.
much. Way too much.
You can't say screenshots. I mean, it's printed.
It's actually printed, but
Double spaced.
But the good news is, I got the good judge on my side this time. So even if the Thomases isn't on my side, all right. So let's keep seeing what's in here. So clearly, Judge Thomases criticizes Hale's attorneys, mostly Feather. Yeah, Mark Feather. We've all seen that over and over again, right? For violating administrative rules of court. But the fact that Judge DeBiases, or Judge Grudge, or Craig DeThomasis, included that information on an administrative rule violates his order denying a disqualification motion, which is not to give any other reason or any reason for denial, which suggests that Craig DeThomasis himself violated an administrative rule in the course of trying to humiliate somebody for violating an administrative rule. I hope you get that, okay? Judge Grudge, Craig DeThomasis, is trying to embarrass Mark Feather, saying you violated an administrative rule. As he's doing that, the judge is violating an administrative rule. So, in other words, it's okay for Craig DeThomasis to violate a rule.
Because he wears the black robe.
It's not okay for Mark Feather. Hale's second disqualification motion, filed 2/11/24, was based on Judge DeBiases, because he has so much bias, conduct and comments on a non-evidentiary live hearing on 1/23/24. Essentially, for 90 minutes, the judge raged and cross-examined Attorney Shockett, the only attorney present on Hale's behalf that day, with hostile, accusatory, and degrading remarks that were actually directed to all three of Hale's attorneys for various perceived transgressions, past, present. The judge numerous disapproving comments about Hale's earning income and exaggerating his fear, not getting a fair trial. Why does the judge care how I make money?
I mean, the judge is making money by berating all of you guys and insulting the attorneys.
Judge is getting paid. I get paid. Well, how do I make money? Number one, I'm a landlord. I've been a landlord since I was 29 or 46 now. Did I say 21 or 29? I've been the landlord.
I heard 21.
Okay, good. Okay,
Maybe because I
just
knew it
up
was
here.
21.
So 21 is when I started being a landlord. Real estate's the way to go, okay? I buy and resell. So there's an entire resale business. There's other little side businesses that I have an investment in. I have YouTube. YouTube is part of video vlogging our lives. And if there are individuals and fans that want to send income and super chats and they want to help, who am I to rob them of that blessing? Because what I want to do is be a blessing to others as well. As a matter of fact, I'm surrounded by Christmas in the Creek right around me right now. It's going to be very difficult to see because we don't have all the lights on it. But I want to use what God has blessed me with and bless others, and I feel good because of that. Proverbs 27. Verse 19, I think it is. He who refreshes others, he himself is refreshed. I love to give because I get refreshed in my spirit, my soul, my heart by that. And so there are fans that want to be just like that. They want to give. They want to be a blessing. They want to refresh. There's nothing wrong with that. And nor would I ever try and hold that blessing back from them, because I'm a person who wants to bless others that way too. So I get it and I understand. Why does it matter how I make money? It doesn't matter how I make money. As a matter of fact, I've been very, very adamant about not making money off of concrete in the aspect there's no t-shirt sales where I could have, 500 different ones right now. Everything from I don't do emails to he's not corrupt to my mother didn't die. Right? Or, I think I have that one over there. But a fan sent it. Yeah.
We do a lot of charity work. We give away a lot of money. And that's how Lynette ended up in this mess, because she wanted part of the charity.
They're here. Period. Alright. And we go on. Alright. And we've got the 1214, the 228 orders. They refute allegations of the disqualification of motions. Now keep in mind, he can't refute. He's not a litigator. He's just supposed to say, nope, not sufficient. And when he says all this stuff, that is reason to disqualify him. So, despite the judge's bare contentions in both orders, he was not passing judgment on the truth of facts alleged. He still did so. By the way, that's what he said. Look right there. He said he was not passing judgment on the facts alleged. And therefore, by saying that, he did exactly that. He passed judgment on the facts alleged. In fact, it's rather troubling that Judge DeThomasis confidently states that neither of his 5-page, single-spaced orders of 2/14 or February 14th, nor his 3-page, single-spaced order of 2/28 or February 28th passed on or took issue with any facts. The record already reflects these orders passed at least some facts directly. For example, paragraph 9, 224 order. Judge DeThomasis wrote this. Any objective review of the proceedings held on 12324 would not cause a reasonably prudent person to fear not receiving a fair trial. Guess what he just called me? Unreasonable, not prudent. He said I'm not normal. And yet, the world is watching these trials and going, this is the most biased judge they have ever seen in their lives. Judges are watching, lawyers are watching, paralegals are watching, deputies are watching, cops are watching. The average person who is a laborer, the businessman, it doesn't matter who they are, male, female, I don't care if you're black, white, yellow, it doesn't matter. They all come to the same conclusion.
They can smell the biases through their watching device.
They sit there and say, I've never seen anything like this in my life. And according to Judge Craig DeThomasis, you are not reasonable and you are not prudent if you fear me not receiving a fair trial. This judge goes on to say in my second disqualification motion that my statings in there are, let's see, illogical, irrelevant, and inconsequential. His bias. We're talking about his biases. They're unacceptable. They're irrelevant. They're just on and on and on and on and on. It appears that the judge misunderstood the nature of advance in the alternative as being the same as two arguments involving competing hypotheses. He nonetheless should have refrained from offering any comment at all, and yet he can't stop. It's not like he has a YouTube channel and dead air is bad, right? Whenever you're listening to the radio and there's dead air, you're like, this is not good. It's not like he's watching TV and all of a sudden there's dead air. It's not good. You ever watch a sporting event and they have the main commentator and then they have a color commentator? Because one person can't hold the entire conversation. It's the same thing George and I do. Our agreement was I would be the main commentator, she would be color commentary as she felt comfortable. And so dead air on YouTube is not good.
What I was doing.
Hey,
The women of Malta stand with the women of Israel. The women of France stand with the women of Israel. The women of America, women of Sweden, women of Germany, women of Ukraine, women of
Silly me. There's 20 letters.
Women around the globe unite in solidarity with their Israeli sisters.
And yet, dead air for this judge is exactly what's expected. He's not out entertaining, educating, even though he thinks he is, from the bench, constantly. All he is there to do is to listen. That's it. That's it. He nonetheless should have refrained from offering any comment on all, considering he was drafting an order denying a motion to disqualify. Judge DeThomasis, his rebuttal of factual allegations contained in Hale's motions was not cured by a qualifier, that he was not passing judgment on the truth. This is what he says. He says that he wasn't passing judgment on the truth. of the facts that were alleged. And the facts are, I fear getting a fair trial or getting a not fair trial by him. There's no way. There's no way. This man is completely and totally biased. This man is bent to make law, new law, and have his name attached to it. He is 100% against free speech. This is constitutional, foundational law, and he has no care. He wants to take the gavel and he wants to start busting out the foundation.
Oh, that's the deer.
Not okay in any court. All right, but it goes on. Judge Thomas says running problematic on counsel's unacceptable behaviors and actions to the law. It just goes on and on and on to the point where the veiled threats to report my counsel to the Florida bar are objectively a reasonable basis for Hales to fear they will not receive a fair trial. He's literally threatening all of my lawyers, saying, I'm going to submit you to the bar. Now, he's made lots of threats already. He's made threats that he's going to call my Ohio lawyer. He never has. He's made threats that he's going to call the Ohio judge. He never has. He's made threats that he's going to submit all 3 of my legal team members to the bar. Whether he has or not, I don't know. But it's not okay. It is absolutely not okay. And here is actual, right here, Judge Thomas says on 12/14, he is going to, we go through all this, place the record specific criteria, concerns of the court, as was done in each of the prior hearings, and allow responses for counsel, if any, concerning any and all transgressions and or violations of the law and or standards. He's condemning my legal team. He's condemned me. He's condemned my legal team. And that's not his job. His job is to listen. That's it. Listen. That's it. Page 20, another huge issue. The record reflects that Judge Craig Thomas's intention to indulge in this exercise regarding the sequestration issue, which the judge appears to be applying in an overly broad fashion to Hales and his witnesses. I haven't even brought any witnesses to the table yet, who have not yet begun to testify, nor were they even sworn in. But specifically, Judge Thomas has stated that when the parties return for trial on March 1st, the court's going to start conducting inquiry as to who spoke to who and will issue sanctions. Do you understand that that's consequences to me? He's going to issue sanctions based on my witnesses talking. We haven't even brought a witness to the table yet. Lynette's not even done bringing evidence to the table yet. Not that she actually has any. And then the judge goes on to say that when the parties return March 1st, he's going to conduct inquiry who spoke to who. He's going to issue sanctions, including the exclusion of their testimonies. My goodness. So, I already know you're thinking, okay, if George is a witness, you and George aren't allowed to talk about this, because Silver Scam says, I want to invoke sequestration. And Thomas says, yeah, of course, yeah. And now it's going to be, wait, you and George can't even talk about this case? I'm not talking to George about this case. I'm talking to a camera. I'm talking to an object, an inanimate object. Now, George is on the other side. She's in the area. And so, is Silver Scam going to try and have her removed as a witness? Absolutely, based on this ridiculousnly. You understand I'm not getting a fair trial with the Thomases. I know you get it. I absolutely know you get it. In light of the demonstrable history of the judge's treatment of the parties, including some selective cherry picks, selective interpretation and application of administrative and procedural rules as between the parties in this case, and his hostility expressed condemnation of Hale's counsel, Hale's fear for not receiving a fair trial is well-founded and reasonable. And I know you feel the same way. Don't let this man call you irreasonable. You're extremely reasonable. You see exactly what he's doing, and we can't let him get away with this.
I literally look like I'm drawn.
Can't see that shit. It's... Come on.
basement into an exercise room.
Yeah?
Care to help?
I'd say, based on our last conversation, a little renovation might be good to go, Tina.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank.
Cliff Bar is made with organic oats, but you're made for the climb. The most important ingredient is you.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Alex over at Laser Everything, and if you are wondering what to sell this holiday season at your laser engraving shop, we've got you covered. We're going to go through everything on this table. You guys can't even see everything. It's like out of frame. There's so much stuff. So I'm going to walk you through all of this stuff. I'm going to show you where to get it, what it costs, if there's deals on it, whether or not it's good. There's some stuff on this table that actually isn't that good. I'm going to be really honest about all of it. So if you need some inspiration, stay right here because we're getting into it right now. So before we jump into all of these different like products and stuff that you can buy to engrave and sell in your laser shop, I just want to cover a couple things really quick. One, all of this stuff is like ludicrously cheap, so you're not going to find any like super duper high quality products here. Okay, this is stuff.
Better yet,
it's
hold
mainly
on.
aimed towards beginners, people just starting, people on like really tight budgets that might be doing this out of the garage or even just set up like an official shop, and you just want to get some stock in and get going. This stuff is going to be great for you. If you've been in business for like 20 years and you're looking for like high-end stuff, like really nice stuff, for the most part, not 100%, but for the most part, this stuff might be a little beneath you, I guess. I don't know. I still sell all of this stuff, and I really like it. So I'm excited to share it with you. And so that's the main thing. The other thing is that when I was picking out these items, and this was a while ago, I was really looking for stuff that didn't have logos like all over it. I wanted like clean, blank, bare surfaces so I could really show off my engraving and really customize these things. So I've looked specifically for items without branding on them so that you
Hold
know,
on,
we can
you'll
take
see
advantage of
it.
that with our lasers. So while you might be able to find better deals or you might be able to find better products, a lot of this stuff was chosen because it had a nice area to do engraving on and it wasn't covered in like Chinese logos and things like that. So just a couple of like the parameters about how things were chosen for this video. This is all stuff that I have in my shop. I didn't buy any of this to do this video. It's literally just stuff that's just been sitting around and I just kind of gathered it all together. I went on Amazon and AliExpress and a couple other places and got all the most recent pricing for you. You'll see I put the pricing up for this stuff in the corner of the screen right over here just like this, and you know, I'll show you how many you're going to get, what price you're going to pay, and where to pick it up. And of course, links to everything we cover in this video down in the description. If you want to support the channel, check out those affiliate links down below. But we've got a lot to get through. This is going to kind of be rapid fire because there's a lot of stuff here. So let's buckle up and jump into it right now. So the very first thing on the list right here, guys, we've got these herb grinders. And believe it or not, these are actually some of my least favorite things on this list, but I didn't want to skip them. Maybe don't get these. You can still use the affiliate link down below and like see what other things it offers you if you click it to purchase these. These came pretty beat up from the supplier. I've definitely sold a few of them, but I found myself sidelining a lot of them that weren't really up to my quality standards. They're really cool. They've got a couple layers. The top screws off here. It's got like little screens and stuff in there. I'm not a connoisseur of this type of stuff, so I couldn't tell you like how good it is quality wise because I've never used it, but they come in a bunch of different colors and they're really popular. So this or something like this might be a great option for you. It comes in a few different colors. There is a just raw aluminum. We've got anodized blue, anodized black, and anodized red, and there's tons of different shapes and sizes of these, right? But we are after the ones without the branding, so that's kind of key there. The construction itself is pretty good. It was the packaging, I think, that really disappointed me. They were just kind of thrown in a bag together, and that was kind of rough. So beware. You know, for a lot of this stuff, what I did was I ordered one, and then I ordered more. That way I kind of got an idea of how things would be packaged, what what you know, like the status of like how it was when it arrived. And then once I felt good about it, I ordered more. These I did not do that for, so I ordered like a box of like 20 or 30 of these. And like I said, they were all just kind of like thrown in a bag. They were individually bagged, but that was it. And they were all just kind of thrown into a bigger bag together. So maybe look for some better ones, but still, just as far as an idea goes, these are pretty neat. So there is the first item. Check it off.
I miss doing
Number
Legos
2,
with your
little leather
dad.
bags. I'm just kidding. If we go ahead and open this up, inside we have nicely hidden, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 little tiny stainless steel shot glasses. So if we just go ahead and open this up, check that out. This is just like begging to be personalized, no kidding. These actually arrived in really great shape. I have no problems with these whatsoever. I probably wouldn't use this. I don't know if I would like it. It reminds me of like an old film canister protector from like the 80s. I don't know how I feel about that. But the actual little shot glasses are really, really good. They don't have any scratches on them. They have a lot of surface area, so you can mark these all up and do some really cool stuff with them. And you get 4 of them, so they're a pretty good deal, and they're pretty inexpensive. So you can get them under the laser and start customizing things like this right away.
Now
So
I can
just
tell
wanted to show you
because of the
those. Shot
faces.
glasses, check.
Of
Next
how
item.
their faces are.
Next up on the list, chef knives. This is one of the more difficult things to find on this list, and it's one of the more high quality things that you can find on this list. These are actually really nice knives, and they Z-mark perfectly. So if you really like the Z-mark look, these knives are going to be great for you. And you're going to notice there's some kind of like oil smudging on there, but that cleans off. I've engraved dozens of these at this point. No logo. There's no logo anywhere on this whatsoever, so, you know, gifts for, like, restaurateurs or chefs or whatever, you could put, like, a restaurant logo on there, or, like, the chef and the name. Really, really, really cool little knives. Obviously, it's not...
What is your fucking problem?
Amazing chef knives that people like grill over or whatever, but we're talking gifts, and again, we're talking inexpensive. This is a great option. It's packaged really well, and I really enjoy marking and selling these. The next item on the list, we actually have these little key knives. They're a little stiff, but they're really cool, and you can't actually find these specific ones anymore. I have a couple examples of ones that I've engraved, and when I was deciding on what products I wanted to show in this video, I was looking for these on AliExpress so I could link to them, and I actually couldn't find them anywhere anymore. I think the factory that made them must have closed down, but they're really cool, and there are new versions that are available. I guess a new factory popped up and said, hey, there's a giant hole in the key knife sector, let's make those. So this one is steel. It looks like the newer ones are probably like an anodized aluminum, but there's a link down there in the description, and I mean, you know, there's not a lot to say about it. It's a tiny little knife tucked into a key. Who doesn't want this for Christmas? So really, really cool, super cool gift idea. Definitely something that's easy to buy, inexpensive, and super quick to throw up on your shop. So don't forget to check out the key knives. Check. On to the next one. Next up, we've got these bullet bottle openers. These things are super badass. I actually hate the ones that I've ordered, and I found much cooler ones, which I've linked down in the description. These have like a really, really gross gold electroplating on them. It does not look good at all. It's really hard to see engravings on them, and I don't like them. But the new ones that I've linked up, which weren't available when I bought these, look much nicer. So just a much nicer finish, a flatter finish overall. So it'll showcase the engraving better. And I mean, come on guys, it's a bullet and it's a bottle opener. This is a no-brainer. These are a couple bucks a piece. So definitely get after the bullet bottle opener. Moving right along here, we have a stainless steel guitar pick. You have to be careful when you are looking to buy these. Some of them are very, very thin, and I mean like bend them with your fingers thin, right? That's all like bent out of shape now. But they do make thicker ones, so make sure you check the spec sheets, and this is definitely something I would order one of, and then order more, just to see what the quality is going to be like before you stock a bunch of these. I got nicer, thicker ones, and then I sold out of them, and I haven't replaced them yet. So these are some of the rejects here, really, really thin ones. But again, we're here for ideas, right? I've got some of the nicer ones linked down in the description, but it's just a perfectly clean, blank slate for you to customize gifts for musicians.
this seems like a no-brainer to me. So definitely grab a couple metal guitar picks, showcase them on your website or your display case or however you do it. These are super neat. This is one of the more surprising items on this list. It's a micro bottle opener. It's seriously just like the bare minimum amount of metal that you need to open a bottle on a key ring. And these are popular. People love them. Usually I would just offer these on the website with like initials or a date, and people buy them up. They're really, really inexpensive to get a lot of these and keep them in stock. You can sell these for like 10 or 15 bucks, and people pay it. People pay it, and it's just, I mean, it just seems so easy to just grab a dozen or 2 dozen or 100 of these, whatever, without even thinking about it, and you've got them, you know. So just to add something else to your list of things that you can stock in your store, these little key rings, definitely something you should pick up. No problems here. Moving right along here, we've got little carabiners, like D-ring, D-clip, D-rings. They go by so many names, and they have so many different ways you can spell this when you're searching for it. These are actually also kind of hard to find. Usually they have the giant "not for climbing" written on the side of them. Some of them have that on one side, some of them have that on both sides. So again, I'm just going to say, you know, maybe order one and then order more if you're happy with the one that you get. Make sure that it doesn't have writing all over the actual like bar area where you would want to engrave it. I think I found some good ones. It looks like they only have the "not for climbing" marking on one side, so definitely something to give a try. But you can get these in, again, a billion different shapes, colors, sizes, no problem whatsoever. They're almost always aluminum, which is super easy to engrave on, and they're almost always anodized or painted, so they look obviously really, really great with laser engraving. So grab some carabiners and throw them up on your shirt. Here's another item that's been discontinued since I started buying these from AliExpress. They're just wine openers. They're just like normal wine cork openers, right? Little corkscrew things. Super duper popular. People love these things. You can get them with a wood handle or a metal handle. I've linked to an alternative version of this one in the description, so buy with caution. But, I mean, they're pretty straightforward. There's not a lot of ways that this could surprise you when it shows up in the mail. The ones that I bought were packed fairly well. They were in little bags, but these did not come out all scratched up because they're steel, so they survived the trip from China a little bit better. And yeah, I mean, they're nice. People like them. It feels fancy because it's about wine, you know. So you can charge a decent price for these, and of course, they look great when they're done. So, you know, engrave some steel wine bottle openers. Why not? Add it to the list. Okay, last opener style thing on this list is just these basic flat bottle openers. These are immensely popular as gifts. They're super duper inexpensive, and they're really, really easy to get. They're always in stock from somewhere, and I mean, come on, this is like engraving heaven. Look at the massive amount of engraving space you have on these to customize them and make them look super cool. It's just, this is like, seriously, this is as basic as it gets. It's a giant flat piece of utilitarian metal, and it's begging to be engraved. So don't skip out on this when you're stocking up for the holiday season, because it, I mean, come on, this makes sense. This is an easy one. Alright, we're swinging back around to music here with these aluminum guitar capos. Again, this is like something I kind of bought on like a whim. I thought that it would be kind of neat to have, and they sell like really, really well. Guitar capos. Everybody likes to play guitar, and everybody likes to have fancy musical equipment, and this is cheap. It does not cost a lot of money to buy these, and they engrave so nice. You get the bright white from the aluminum shining through the black. This is one of those items too that comes in like a billion different colors, so you can't really mess it up. And yeah, just add some variety and spice to what you're offering on your website or what you're offering in store. Guitar capos, this is something that people just like, they don't think about it, and then they see it and they want it. Definitely a case of like, you have to tell people what they want. They want this. Tell them they want it. You're gonna make some money. So aluminum guitar capos, super cheap, super easy. Moving right along, I am going to show you guys what I would consider to probably be nickel jewelry. It says steel on the listing. I don't know. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is nickel-plated pot metal, but still, cross necklace, right? There it is. If I can get it to focus there. Cross necklace, maybe steel. I'm not
I don't
really
know where
sure,
my
but
glasses went.
Still super open, super clean, super easy to engrave. Comes with a decent chain. You don't have to charge a lot for this. People might like the inexpensive alternative, some of the more expensive jewelry options, and it's low risk because you're not going to mess it up and then have destroyed some like $200 gold necklace, right? So these pretty cool. I don't sell a ton of them, but you guys might be more creative when marking them than me, so definitely something worth checking out. We're only like halfway done, guys. I've got like so much more to show you. Super duper simple item. Another thing, you don't know you want it until you show people that they want it, and then they want it. This is just a very simple aluminum cased compass. Yes, they actually work. Yes, I've tested them. The one thing you do want to be aware of with these is, again, a packaging issue, right? I mean, that's a reoccurring theme here pretty often. Order a couple before you order a giant bag of these from a seller on AliExpress. The aluminum backsides of these tends to ding pretty bad. I have maybe 5 out of 30 of them or so that I ordered had like pretty severe dents on the back. I actually sold a couple of them because the engraving does a really good job of kind of like mitigating that, and you can hardly see it if you fill the space on the back, but not everybody's going to be okay with that. So if that's something you're worried about, make sure you order a couple to see how they're going to be packaged and to see if you get any damaged items before dropping a ton of money on these. That said, still super cool, and again, yeah, they work, and that's pretty awesome. So compass, great for like Boy Scouts, camping, stuff like that. Huge draw here. Very easy gift. Alright, these are the last of our AliExpress items here. I saved the best for last. These are my favorite knives from AliExpress. They're by a company called Land. There's the 810 and the 811. Let's see, the 811 is the kind of like black stonewash. Check this out right here. Let me again see if I can get that to focus. Super duper nice finish, and barely any branding whatsoever. Just a ton of space to customize these, either on the handle or the blade there, which is just really awesome. And again, they come in kind of like the black variant, and then they have a really nice silver variant as well. Finding like decent knives that don't absolutely suck and aren't covered in branding is actually really hard on AliExpress. And these knives, again, just kind of like begging for laser engraving. Here is the silver one again there. Really nice, super standard stainless steel blade and handle. And they feel good. They're like a good size. They're a good weight. This could definitely be like an everyday carry for me. I'm poor, so I can't afford the like cool Spyderco knives and stuff. But the Lands, very nice, easy to engrave, very attractive for potential customers. So check these out. They're a little bit more expensive than a lot of the other things on this list, but they're really good. And again, branding, no branding, right? That's kind of like our theme here. We really want to stick to stuff that isn't like just littered with like branding and like obscene weird designs that like just take up the whole thing. A lot of the knives on AliExpress are skeleton knives. There's like hardly any room on the handles and stuff to do actual engraving work, and the Lands are perfect for it. So definitely check out the Land knives. I highly recommend these. I think you're going to really like them. Okay, so we're moving out of AliExpress territory and into Amazon territory. Let's check out some of the stuff on here. First thing, garden stakes, little garden stakes. Not necessarily for the holidays maybe, but still just an easy item to stock in your shop. You can engrave literally whatever you want on the front of these and sell them. People buy them for like anniversary presents, they get them for birthday presents, and the real gift in this scenario, right, is like the plant or flower or like tomato seeds or whatever. And then this is like an add-on for the personalization, right? But you can still sell these for a decent price. These are bamboo. You can find them in other woods if you like really hard. But the bamboo ones actually engrave nice. I'm pretty happy with how these come out. And of course you get them in big giant packs for basically nothing, so very easy to make a profit on the little garden stakes. So check that out for sure. And we're going to keep rolling right along here with some more bamboo products. We've got a few more here for you. So the laser glasses, you guys remember these. We did an episode on these where we actually engraved these with the Galvo CO2, but you can do them on the Gantry CO2 as well. And they're nice glasses. They're decent, they're not like mind-blowingly good, but they're pretty nice. They're comfortable. I haven't had a pair break yet. I've been keeping a pair in my car for a while, and I use them when I absolutely have to, because I have like magnetic sunglasses that go in the front of my actual glasses, and I lose them all the time. So I actually keep a pair of laser glasses in the car, and I use them. So they're good. They're actually pretty good. The hinges are a little tight, right? QA is a little funky on these, but great gifts. Easy to throw on display. They look really, really good when they're engraved. So Bamboo sunglasses, add it to your list. I'm not going to spend too much time on these guys. They're super straightforward, right? Everybody's done a wooden spoon. If you haven't, you should probably do a wooden spoon. Again, super easy, nice, gigantic blank area to customize. Another thing just like that, Bamboo toothbrushes, really popular on Amazon. Huge area to engrave. Particular ones that I've linked in the description. No branding, which is really nice. They're not like littered with like screen printed text or anything like that. So you can really go wild with these. There's no reason not to pick up a pack of them and just have them in the shop. Throw one again in like a display case or on your website. You never know, right? I definitely have sold a couple wooden spoons. I don't know if I've sold any toothbrushes, but I'm not really sure that I've marketed them either. I'm sure there's somebody out there who wants a customized toothbrush, so check it out, you know? Definitely something to take a look at. Bamboo toothbrushes. Who knew? The next item on the list, aluminum business cards. These are the 0.8 millimeter thick cards. These are like the really heavy duty, super nice ones. You can't see like the silver outline around the edge. It's anodized all over. And I'm thinking here more like the photo gift kind of side of things. Sure, of course, yes, you can engrave business cards and like do that as a business service, but there are so many different things that you can do with these as keepsakes, and a great example of that is the episode we just published where we actually did ultrasound photos on these cards. So you can customize these every which way. There's a million uses for them. You can cut them like we did in the Halloween episode where we cut them into like different keychain shapes and things like that. So definitely you should have a pack of these. I'm pretty sure you all do. This is one of the first things that everybody buys when they buy a fiber laser, like the little blank Amazon, you know, aluminum business cards to mess around with. But I really, for like gift purposes, I really recommend the 0.8 millimeter ones. They're nice, thick, heavy. You can't just bend them with your fingers. I mean, you probably could, but they're much more difficult than like the really thin ones that people often buy. So grab a pack of the 0.8 millimeter ones. They're a little more expensive, but they're really nice to be able to have that option to give to people. And of course, it's aluminum, so super easy. Okay, next item, locks, guys, locks, right? Big duh on the locks. Like this is the best thing that you could possibly buy and stock in your shop. Go after those teenage lovebirds, right? They want to like engrave their names. A lot of people like write on them with Sharpie. Show the engraved ones. People want to like have something that they can like lock and keep, and it's romantic and it's nice, and of course for you guys it's inexpensive. Brass engraves really nice. Black brass keep setting. We'll throw a link up to that video so that you can check that out. Works really well on these. You can get them in, again, all different shapes and sizes. The mini ones, I particularly like the mini ones. They're nice and small and compact. They've got a big blank side on the back so that you can engrave something sweet on it. And yeah, I sell like a lot of these to like young couples, and they really enjoy them. I'm not sure what they're doing with them. This isn't quite big enough to lock onto a bridge, though you could pick some of those up as well. But they sell, guys. They sell. So brass locks, check them out. We've got a few things left for Amazon. We're just mowing through them right now. One of the things that I really like, if you don't want to like roll the dice on the land knives, which I at this point don't really think is a dice roll anymore. I really like the land knives, but you just want to order something off Amazon. The Charade knife is really good. What's the model number on this? The SCH-303MS or the SCH-303M is basicly the Charade counterpart, right, to the land knife there, and it's just a big flat, flat finish gray pocket knife. You know, there's a ton of space on the blade and the handle for you to do your engravings, customize things, names and dates, cool patterns, you name it. The Charade is going to be really good for that, and I like these because, again, inexpensive, right? Easy to stock, easy to get your hands on, easy to buy a lot of them. They're small, they're compact, and they're blank. They're blank. There's just one little charade right up here at the top, and there's a tiny little marking with the model number underneath the charade there on the opposite side of the blade, and that's it. After that stuff is out of the way, you can just kind of do whatever you want with it, and that's why the charade makes the list. Definitely super easy to pick up, so check out the charade knives. Alright, the next item on the list, metal tins. People want metal tins. They've made their own gifts, right? They've bought gifts, they've gotten gift cards. You can do an infinite number of things with these tins. People want the tins, and they want the tins customized, so here are some tins. They've got these really small, like, aluminum ones here. They screw on and screw off. Comes in a pack with multiple sizes. It was actually packaged pretty well, but I noticed that a lot of these round ones were scratched, which is super weird, so maybe use the one that I got, maybe don't. They're cheap enough that if you get a big box of duds, it doesn't really matter. What I would do if I were you is when the box comes in, I would just unpack them all immediately, because I've been kind of slowly selling out of the box that they came in, and over time I think they've just been rattling around inside and kind of scratching each other. I'm pretty sure these looked nicer when I got them, but they're aluminum. They come in a steel variety as well, though the steel variety is more expensive, but you know, check them out. You can definitely do some interesting and cool things with the little tins. And while we're looking at tins, I just wanted to show you too the square tins. They come in a black and they come in a silver aluminum. Again, available in the steel variety for a slight increase in price. The black ones are nice. These actually don't have any scratching on them at all. Super clean, silver inside. And then we've got the silver one here, and the silver one is just silver all around. So like kind of Altoids style tins there on that. Really inexpensive, infinite possibilities, nice and blank, no branding. Checks all the boxes, so definitely something that you should check out on your list. This is kind of a weird one, guys, and I've been staring at it the whole time that I've been recording this video. Crescent wrenches. These are one of the top selling items of all time in my shop, literally. Of all time in my shop. These, I believe, are the 8-inch version, which are out of stock on Amazon right now, but they have 10 inches, so I linked the 10 inches down below. But when you click the link down below, you'll actually see you get them in a whole variety of different sizes. They come in black, and they come in kind of like a chrome, mixed metal, like silver finish. So, crescent wrenches, I mean, you can do kind of something up here around the top kind of area, but what I've found is really, really popular is people really like getting engravings on the spine, I guess, the edge. You can do like a nice, really dark steel engraving and hit it with some 3-in-1 oil, and it shows up super nice on the silver ones. And the black ones, no-brainer, right? Super deep, steel white finish, good to go. Again, immensely popular. Crescent wrenches. 8 to 10 inches seems like a good size for gifts, but there they are. Link in the description for those. And this is our last Amazon item right here, guys. Train packs, right? These are just straight pack train tracks right here. You can get them curved if you want to get them curved. I like the straight ones. They're easier to engrave, and they're super quick to do on the CO2. And when you open it up, you just get 4. I've sold one. You get 4 straight 6-inch track pieces for like kids train track sets. People get names and dates, birthdays, celebrate new babies with these things. They're really, really popular, and again, super duper cheap. You get them in a 4-pack, and you can just go nuts. There's so much that you can do with these, and it opens you up to a new market, right? We do a lot of like knives, tumblers, like everyday carry stuff, firearm stuff, right? This hits moms, grandparents, like dads. It shouldn't be sexist on that. Just people that are like spending more time around kids. Boom, done, right there. No problem at all. So really, really, again, dead simple stuff, guys, that you can just buy like 8 of these and then just stack them up on the shelf, and you're good to go. So kids train tracks, check those out. I also almost forgot because it's so big, it's like sitting way off in the corner up here, but
pizza panel.
These are so fun to engrave. They're big. they're loud, right? And just like an awesome giant blank surface there for you to engrave pizza peels. Super inexpensive, super easy to engrave with a CO2 laser, super easy to keep in stock. The ones that I've linked down below, I think have a little bit shorter handles, so they're a little more manageable. But I like the full size ones. I mean, just could you imagine how cool that would look, like hanging on somebody's wall with their big old logo or like family crest or like a name or something on it? Really, really awesome. So I have like 5 or 6 of just blank pizza peels sitting around the shop. So definitely check out the pizza peels. Super cool. That's it for like the main like Amazon kind of shopping list, but there are a few more things I want to show you guys before we wrap up. And the first one, this is kind of cool. I don't want this to sound too like advertisement-y, but Social Master, this is like a company, I guess. Social Master sent me one of their NFC business cards in the mail for free. I'm assuming they saw the channel and they just wanted to send it out to me. No note, never got an email. I had no idea what this package was when I opened it up. So I had to do a little research and figure out what it was, but I know a lot of you guys really like doing the metal credit cards, right? You like pulling the EMV chip. You guys like pulling the EMV chips out of the cards and reassigning the numbers with the mag stripes, and then like doing really cool custom like credit cards. That seems to be really popular right now. I've seen a lot of you guys talk about it in Discord. I've seen a lot of you guys talk about it on like TikTok and like Instagram and stuff like that. So when I found this, I got excited because I knew you guys would like it. So what it is it's a company, they sell these metal business cards, and they have little NFC chips in them and little QR codes, and the idea is you just kind of like hold it up to your phone and then boop, all of your information pops up, which is really cool. But the coolest thing about this is that it's metal. They sell thick metal cards. They also have titanium ones. I think the regular metal ones are like just a really thick aluminum. They make titanium ones too, and you can engrave these. I haven't engraved them yet, but I wanted to share with you guys since we were making a list of things you could stock in your shop. They're a little bit expensive, and I'm not exactly sure how the logistics would be handled about how you could integrate this into your business yet. I literally just got this in the mail. But I think there's something there, and I think they're worth checking out. So, you know, they sent me an affiliate link, so it's down in the description. If that piques your interest at all, go check it out. If it doesn't, forget I mentioned it. But it's heavy, it's metal, and it is a card, and you guys like things that are heavy metal and cards, so I thought that I'd show you that. Again, the website is called Social Master. I did set my card up, so I'll just show you how it works like super duper quick. So here is my phone. I'm not like opening any apps or anything, and then you just kind of like put the thing on it right there, and it loads up, and it'll pull up all of the Laser Everything information. So there it is. There's like my TikTok, my Instagram, my YouTube channel, and stuff like that, and you can just add them as a contact on your phone. It's actually pretty cool. It's a smart little idea, especially because it doesn't require an app. So again, you guys like thick metal card shaped things that you can engrave. So do I. I think that kind of stuff is cool. So if you want to, check it out. Link in the description. Social Master. Thanks for sending me a card, I guess. I have another really cool new affiliate partner. It's Arctic. Arctic is awesome. They're a super cool company. I love their little tagline here: overbuilt, not overpriced. So true. Screw Yeti and all of their super duper way crazy expensive mugs that they refuse to wholesale to laser engravers. Yeti is the least laser engraving company friendly business in the world, and you shouldn't do business with them because they hate you. So give your money to Arctic instead, guys. I don't even have to sell these to you because you know that they're awesome. All of you have seen an Arctic mug before, and we're affiliate partners with them now. So stock up, right? If you need some mugs and you want to get some work done, the Arctic stuff is here, and it's ready to go. I didn't actually even buy these to stock in shop. These are for a customer order, but I used my new account to order them, and it was really exciting. It was fun to like get this stuff in because it really is a much less expensive alternative to the Yeti stuff. So they're getting some tumblers and some of these like camping mugs done. But if you pop onto their website, you'll see they've got a ton of other stuff available, even like outdoor equipment. When we get the UV laser in, I'm going to be messing with some of that outdoor equipment. A lot of it is made out of like synthetic materials, like the coolers and like camping chairs and other gear that they sell. I just want to get my hands on all of it. So definitely check out Arctic. If you're looking for a laser engraving friendly business that isn't actively out to get you and put you out of business, Arctic is here and they want to work with you. So go order from them, because I definitely don't think you guys are going to regret it. You can order it by the case, which you can't do with Yeti. Yeti, you have to order everything one off. You can't order anything by the case. Arctic will bulk sell anything to you for you to stock in your shop. So really just kind of like getting behind Arctic as a brand, because they support small businesses like us, I think is important. We should put our money towards companies that actually want to work with other small businesses and not try to actively destroy them. So go check out Arctic stuff, and if they're not quite your style, you can also check out Stanley 1913. Stanley makes a ton of awesome outdoor gear as well, but it doesn't just stop with tumblers. Stanley makes a ton of different things. Like they have like lunch boxes, you can get like camping cookware, a ton of just like awesome metal stuff, you know, metal stuff that wants to be engraved. Stanley is really good for that. So maybe Arctic's a little too close to like the Yeti kind of the side of things, and you want something a little more utilitarian, a little more tactical. Definitely go check out Stanley 1913. They're completely different products, and they coexist with Arctic really well. There's no reason why you can't carry items from both of those stores. While it kind of seems on the surface that they're competing with each other, really they offer fairly different selection of products. So I think it's worth looking at both of those websites, because you never know what you're going to find on there. They've got lots of really cool goodies. So definitely check out both of those places, Arctic Outdoors and Stanley 1913.
I'll be back.
Both going to be great options if you're looking to carry tumblers and other kind of outdoor-centric gear in your laser shop. One last quick mention, since we're kind of talking about drinkware here, one thing that often gets overlooked is glassware, and I've had a favorite site for getting glassware for a really long time. It's called barproducts.com, link in the description, and that's just like my go-to for glassware. Really inexpensive prices. They have every different kind of glass you can ever possibly hope to get, from just the normal old-fashioned or like whiskey glasses, right, all the way up to like gigantic like German beer steins. They've got a ton of different stuff. They have like bar caddies and just.
You need to teach Rob how to get on YouTube.
Bar-oriented stuff, not so much like restaurant stuff, but like bar stuff. Barproducts.com. It's a really great place to grab stuff as well. So I just wanted to throw that in there at the very end. And that is it. We're done. We got through the whole list. I was actually counting to see how many different items that we kind of showcased for the episode today, and I lost track. I know for sure it's over 25. It kind of depends on how you break it down. It could be like over 35 if you do like each and every little individual item, but over 25 fresh ideas for your laser engraving shop, just in time for the holiday season. So if you're looking to stock up so that you can sell some big time products, definitely check out some of the items on this list. They should all be relatively high profit. They should all be relatively easy to get. They should be all relatively blank for you to unleash your engraving skills and impress the people that are visiting your shop, whether online or in store. I do both, and all of these products have been more or less successful. So I hope you get some great ideas from this video, guys. I hope you got some value out of it. If you did, don't forget to smash the like button, let other people know that the content is good, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you get notified the next time I upload a video. If you love the channel and it's the best thing that ever happened to you, don't forget to check out the Laser Master Academy. It's the best place to grow your business, to learn about lasers, and of course, to support the channel. The channel exists right now. You're getting this information for free right now. All of the information from all of my other videos for free right now. because of the members of the Laser Master Academy. It's mainly a means for me to support the channel, but there is a ton of awesome bonus goodies in there for you as well, as a thank you for allowing me to continue doing this, including well over 40 Laser Master Academy exclusive live streams where we just hang out in the shop, sometimes for hours, working on jobs that are coming through the shop here. We've got bonus episodes of the Laser Source podcast. You get instant access to my entire fiber laser and CO2 laser parameter library, and an awesome community. One of the great things about switching from Patreon to the Laser Master Academy is the amazing community that we've built, and everybody there is really, really helpful, and we're asking questions, answering questions, interacting with each other. It's just an awesome place to be. So if you want to support the channel, that's the best way to do it. Go check that out. If you can't support the channel right now, don't worry, I'm not upset. I totally understand. You can also check out our absolutely 100% free Discord server. It's got way over 1,000 members. I actually haven't checked in a long time. I think I'm going to be able to start saying 2,000 soon, so I'll have to check on that, but just a ton of people. It's very, very, very active, and there's a link in the description down below where you get those kind of same community benefits. You know, being able to talk to other people that are doing what you're doing. You can find a lot more great ideas, just like the ones you saw in this video. You can talk to people about pricing or different machines. You can get technical support. It's an awesome community and a great place to hang out. So Discord server too, link down in the description, along with all of the products that I've shown in this video. Shopping with affiliate links is far from the #1 way that I make money on the channel to support it and make sure that we can keep doing this, but it really, really helps out. So go ahead, and if you want any of the stuff that you've seen in this video, it's all linked down in the description for you right there. Again, right next to the link to the Discord and the Laser Master Academy. And I think that's it, guys. I think that's everything I've got to throw your way today. So thank you so much for watching this episode, and good luck. Have fun out there. We'll see you in the next one.
With so many choices on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. So I hired body doubles. Indoorsy Tina loves a deluxe suite. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
Yummy, creamy, delicious. Did you see that? Hear that? Feel that? Is this a shooting star? Rock star? Superstar? Let's all take a deep breath, because once we peel out, there's no looking back. You ready?
Cool. It would certainly be cool. I would love to see it done. Cubic said that he would do, like, throw up a video on it. I encourage you to do that, man. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, that'd be awesome to see.
Yep. Definitely could teach us something there on that. Yeah. It's been 2.5 hours, and that's about as long as my bladder can last with all this Coke in it, so I'm going to leave the audience to you for a minute while this runs, and I will be back in a second.
Yeah, we're just hanging out. Jack saw a video on it, still scared to do mine. I mean, worst case scenario, if you completely mangle your card while doing it, usually credit card companies will send you a free replacement. Just tell them it got damaged. Which did. You're not lying. If you tell them it got stolen, you're going to get a new card number though. So. There's a company I've seen that does it, and he has a very nicely worded contract to avoid that liability. Yeah, I mean, the first thing with liability, right? You want to have very clear and concise instructions, and you want to have like a really good contract with really good expectations laid out, and like a privacy policy kind of thing. And obviously, while those types of things are in your hands, in your care, keeping them, locked up and away from prying eyes kind of thing. My new bank issued a card is not fully metal, but is definitely like a metal lamination. It thunks when placed on the counter. Yeah, some of the newer cards that are like mid-grade and higher, sometimes they'll offer. It's like a plastic. It very much reminds me of like laminated MDF. It's got like a thick foil on the front and back, almost like a noise reducer you would see on like a very old motherboard or something. I use Brilliance marking spray with the diode for marking bare metal on the F1. Personally, saves a lot of time. Yeah, I bet it does. That's the nice thing about Brilliance is all you have to do is heat it to activate it, so you don't have to rely on digging into the surface at all.
Shout out to Brilliance. They just signed up for the marketplace, so we should be selling Brilliance laser inks very soon over at market.makerremix.com. If you guys haven't already been there, make sure you go check it out. We have a lot of vendors already. I just heard back from Marco, by the way. He's visiting, so Light Object also just signed up. Marco is currently in Japan and China. So he said that he'd be listing his products as soon as he got back from this little business trip.
He's, I imagine he's doing basically the business tour, right? Checking out.
Yeah, you know it.
Checking out factories, making connections.
Yep.
Doing all the hard work so we get all the good parts.
I'd maybe this is the first time you've heard of it, maybe it isn't. But if you guys haven't already checked it out, please, we've spent so long on this. We really appreciate you guys heading over and checking it out, maybe even testing a little bit for us. This is the Maker Remix Market. We've got a ton of different maker technologies. We're working on getting 3D printers in. Everything that you could need for your laser. We've got a ton of different categories. There are even like coaching ability, interface uploaded.
Hey, it's Rich, dude.
It's a pretty number.
What's up, everybody? It's Grim. This is the end of the video. I want you guys to watch the whole video, but you guys need to see that something was sliding across the stove, and we caught it on film. But you guys need to see how this all came about.
Welcome back to the Save for Parts channel. Recently,
Using laser foil with your laser.
Using laser foil to decorate.
I threw a pizza in.
In this video, we will be using gold laser foil to decorate a black piano finish plaque. Laser foil is an excellent way of adding value to your award products. Products such as plaques, functional awards look great with gold laser foil or silver laser foil. You will need laser foil, non-PVC based, some plaques or functional awards, scissors, and a weeding tool. And a plaques is when I peel off of it. Just remember that you want to use laser foil that's not PVC based. The problem with PVC based product is that it will lay down caustic dust on your machine and cause your silver parts that are exposed to rust over time.
I better get some fucking chili.
Most of the laser foil that you buy from companies such as Laser Bits
and not
is
just a
non-PVC
teaspoon.
based. If you choose to use PVC based product, just make sure that you wipe down your machine real well after you use it.
I don't know. I wanted to try a big one. So here it is.
Now that the job's done, all you need to do is weed off my outside rectangle. And off comes the foil. And I'll take my weeding tool. And I'm just going to peel off the parts of the job that I want to take the foil off and expose the black underneath.
I don't fucking give a shit. It's fucking chili.
The black underneath will be just like the original finish on the piano finish. Nice black gloss finish. And notice here, you don't have to be too careful, but you don't want to peel it off too quick.
That shit you guys buy for, that Cricut.
Now I need to get rid
Is
of
that
the
PVC based?
inside of the O's, inside of the R, A's, B's. This takes a little bit of time and requires a nice steady hand and some patience. And if you've got a nice long fingernails. You'll see that the raster job that we do after this is actually a lot faster.
Okay.
Because basically the raster job will etch away any of the foil that we're actually peeling off right now. Done. Smooth out any of the rough edges. And there you go. I'm done. In our second job, you'll see that this is a combination vector and raster job. We will not be weeding out the inside. This weeded out area will be actually rastered out. Here's the Corel Draw job. Notice that I've got my black raster fill, and on the outside is a vector cut line. I had made the vector cut line bigger than 0.007, so it'll actually raster out. I can do this all in one job. I just need to actually laser a break so I can peel off the rectangle. Notice that the only speed I'm going to adjust here is my raster speed, and I've got a fairly fast speed, and I do have about 50% power on a 60 watt laser. Again, cut off your gold foil and make sure that it's a little bit bigger than the logo that you're actually going to create. Place your foil on. And lay it there. Again, really easy to do. Just be careful so that at least you get your foil on with no creases in it. Don't worry about the bubbles. And here's my logo being raster engraved. You notice at the same time I'll have that thin vector line that's being rastered out at the same time. Notice that all the areas that I weeded out are actually being etched out by the laser machine. The only problem that we're going to have on the piano finish plaque is that my nice shiny gloss piano finish will now have a bit of a dull black area where it's being lasered. Again, this will offer some contrast. If I was doing this in walnut, I'm actually going to get some depth in the walnut. This looks quite nice, but remember, if you use too much depth, what is going to end up happening is you're going to actually have a lot of soot deposited on the foil, which then means that we're going to have to clean it off. If you press too hard when you're cleaning it off, you could be starting to remove the gold foil that's already been placed on the plaque. So be careful that you don't go too deep. Again, I don't know if you have to go that deep, but if you do, make sure that you're careful when you're cleaning off the soot off the gold or the silver so that you don't accidentally remove any of the pieces of the foil that are already placed on the plaque. My plaque is done, and I've got my nice thin vector line around the outside. So now, when I go to weed off the actual outside rectangle, then we'll stop.
Where is it?
And I'll have a nice gold trim around the wood.
Oh my god.
Notice how the inside black is a little bit duller now because I've actually lasered this area. So I have a little bit more of a contrast area. Either way is good, and definitely either way is acceptable as an award for your customer.
The women of London stand with the women of Israel. Women of France stand with the women of Israel. The women of America, women of Sweden, women of Germany, women of Ukraine, women of the Philippines stand with the women of Israel.
Women around the globe unite in solidarity with their Israeli sisters.
Hi, I'm Madeline, a flight stewardess with Singapore Airlines. Today, I'll be taking you beyond the cabin. Welcome to Singapore, where the unexpected can happen at any time of the day or night. You might have heard about Clarke Quay's Rows of Bars, the famed Night Safari, and the Marina Bay Sands Rooftop. Did you know that once a year, during the Light to Night Festival, the city turns into an art gallery where artists fill the streets with illuminated creations? Making friends in Singapore takes on a completely different meaning here in Changi Beach. As we wade through the tide pools, we realize that humans are the only life of the party. And if you still have energy left, how about starting a new track record? The night view should Sentosa, keep your heart racing as we sail through the tracks. Want to go on a late night shopping spree? There's always Mustafa Center in Little India. It's got unmatched late night shopping, and it has everything. Rice cookers, a notebook, new headphones, phones? How about a chocolate animal? A new shades? And how can we talk about Singapore if we don't talk about food? And here's one spot locals love going to. Supper is the most Singaporean way to wrap up a night with friends. I hope you've had a wonderful night because it's almost time to rise and shine. So see you beyond the cabin in Singapore.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Friday Live Day. We're here. We're chewing gum. This is what it looks like to chew 5 gum. How you guys doing? Let's see who's here. Dean's here. Rick's here. Manzi's here. So Hi's here. What's up? What's up? So, the very first thing we need to do, Daniel. Is it Daniel or David? I don't remember. Let me look. Somebody. Hold on. Talking to a lot of people today. David asked me to look at this Illustrator file for him, so we're going to do that really quick before we jump into jobs. What's up, Chris? So, here's my desktop. And we're going to open Illustrator. We don't need this anymore. And here's this PDF that he sent me, so let's open this up and see how it opens. You never know how PDFs are going to open. Sometimes you get vectors, sometimes you don't. This time we're getting vectors, so... Alright, so that's good. If we look at the Laser Master Academy website here, here's David. Let's just review. Actually, it's not in the DMs, it's in the main chat. Let's see what he was saying. So, he says, I made 3 boxes, but need to combine to one and not overlap at the center lines. What do I need to do? Okay, so, he could mean a couple different things by this. And we're going to do all of them. So,
I think we're going to do this two ways. So let me first, we're just going to make a copy because we're going to do this two different ways. So the first thing that I think he might mean is that he wants these to all be one shape. See how they're stroked out? Like, that's not going to engrave very nicely. So the first thing we'll do is select all three of the shapes, like this. We're going to object, because right now they're strokes. See how they're strokes? There's stroke outline. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is object. We need to expand them into shapes. We can't do anything with them until they're shapes. So now we've got shapes. You can see these various overlap points here. That's no good. That's not what we want. So what we now need to do, actually, we don't even need to use, I was going to use Shape Builder, but we don't even need to use Shape Builder. If we come in here and we click Unite, boom, there's Unite, and now it's one nice piece, nice and sharp, no problems whatsoever. This is ready to go to EasyCAD, so that should be fine. The other way we could do this is we would do Object Expand. Let's say you wanted to do just certain sections, you didn't want to do the whole thing, we could grab the Shape Builder tool, and you could actually come in and like connect these. But this gets weird because you see these little black edges, like if you don't click them, that's going to be a separate shape. So you have to make sure you click them all. But it does give you the kind of the ability here to just do certain sections instead of doing the entire thing. I think that was it. I think we just did all of it in one go, which is pretty convenient. The other thing you can do, if you wanted to, is like, see how there's nothing in the middle here? There's no shape here at all. If we want this shape out of this box, again, we can just kind of select this with Shape Builder, or we'll just select it with the selector tool, and we can go 1, 2, 3, and now we can actually, if we ungroup this, excuse me, if we ungroup this, we can now grab those three shapes, and now we've got like the plate negatives, and that's kind of cool too. But I think this is what he wanted. So that little piece right there, we did that just by selecting the three of them, expanding them, and uniting them. And that's all we really have to do to get that done. So to avoid confusion, I'm just going to delete all this other stuff that I don't think he asked for. Just get rid of that. We'll keep the good one that we fixed for him. And we're just going to save this. We'll do steel rivets X1, and we'll save that as a PDF. And then we'll also do save as, we'll save it as an Illustrator file form too. And of course we're going to do version. And we'll hit OK on that. And we can close this file out. And we're going to come back into the Laser Master Academy here, and we're just going to send these back to him real quick. So let's get these sent over. 1 and 2. Open. So there you go, David. Just did it on the live stream if you want to rewind and see how it was done. So that one's done. There was another art question here. Ross is asking me about this pattern and why it's like being broken up into little overlapping pieces. I want to help him fix it, but for some reason LMA is not letting me download this AI file, so I asked him to zip it. So we'll keep an eye on this, and we'll see if Ross gets that zipped for us, so that we can show how to do that. So that's it. Boom. Easy, fast thing that we did. Now it's done. 3DHP is here. What's up? Good to see you. Don't forget to smash the like button. We're public today. Today it counts.
You're welcome, David. I hope that helped. I hope that's what you were asking me to do. Hopefully I understood you correctly. Nice, good. What to do? What to do today? Well, we do.
Oh my
we do
God.
one thing we need to do.
Cry me a river.
That of course we're not set up for it. So I have to do a rotary thing. I don't particularly want to do it, but when we're finished with that, we're actually gonna have a little free time, I think. So we're gonna do a quick rotary thing because I need to send a sample out, and then when we're done, we're probably gonna set up the pigtail flippers. I'll go get them now so that you guys can see what we're doing. This box is like 60 pounds. Oh boy. Stab myself. Okay. Alright. Let's open it up. I think you guys are going to get a kick out of this. We're going to set this job up because it's time to start. We have to start it. We're running out of time. This is one box. There are 11 of these boxes right on the other side of the wall. 11. And every single one of them is filled with pigtail flippers. These guys right here. There are 2,400 of these that need to be done, and they need to be done in 7 days. So this is going to be I believe this is going to be a CO2 Galvo job for sure. One annoying thing, of course, about these is that they are all different lengths and sizes, extremely frustrating, and they don't appear to be sorted by size, which sucks. So we're gonna have to come up with a clever way to jig these up so that no matter what size we're doing, we're always ending in about the right spot.
That's true. I don't know.
I like guns. I'm not like a two-way maniac, but I'm a gun guy, sure. Yeah, and I live in New York. I moved here from California. I've always lived in blue states. I like blue states better, actually, for being honest. But this isn't a show about politics. 342 per day. We're gonna do way more than that, man. I'm aiming for like 1,000 a day. But we really sit down and grind these out. I shouldn't be live streaming, but you know, I love you guys and I like hanging out with you. How long do you reckon per handle? 5 to 6 seconds. 5 to 6 seconds per handle. We're gonna do way more than 42 per hour, bro. We'll set it up. That's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna set it up. We'll get a time. We'll get a run time on it. Yeah, absolutely. 6 seconds times 1,000 pieces equals 6,000 seconds divided by 60 seconds in a minute is 100 minutes divided by 60 minutes in an hour is an hour and a half. We should be able to do, I mean, there's packaging and repackaging. That's going to be the bottleneck here, honestly. The slowest part is going to be packing and repacking and unpacking, packing and unpacking. The other trick here is to get a really, really dependable jig built that works regardless of the size of the handle. That's what we're going to be doing today. This is like a full-on jigging lesson day. So we need to work on that. We're going to talk all about it. That's what we're going to do on today's live stream. Let's talk about building a smart jig that's going to work for every single one of these handles, regardless of the size. And if we can get that built, if we can get something functional put together, we should be able to hit our target in a couple days. I feel really confident about that. So, like I said, we're going to talk all about this, but not yet. Oh my god. It smells like Kohl's, or like Macy's, JCPenney, like shoes. Weird. We could go.
I gotta go check my
food.
food.
So I think we're gonna go with wood. I think we're gonna do some kind of like cascading wood jig. We'll talk about it. We'll get to that. But I have a very good customer, a very friendly customer, who's waiting for a sample on a bunch of bottles that I have back here. So we have to do one. We just have to do one. So we can take a photo and send it to him, because he needs to see that. So we need to do that first. As soon as that's done, we'll sit around and mess around with this and the CO2 galvo, knock a couple of them out, get a run time, we'll see how they go. It's $3 cyber. We have 2,400, so not bad. It's a decent payday. We should get them done pretty quick. Not too bad. But like I said, tumbler first, then this. So let me go put this down. It's crushing my legs. They're so heavy. I wish I had somewhere better to put this. This whole box right here is full of AK flats, so that's another thing we can do later. There's 10 AK flats in that box that need like ATF markings done. Table. Oh my god, it's so heavy. Alright. Back in there for a minute. Here are the tumblers that we're doing. There's two sizes. Brilliance laser ink, obviously. I'm not going to try to do these on the fiber. There's too many of them. It's going to take too long. So, we're going to Brilliance laser ink these. He usually has a graphic that spans from the top of the cup down to the bottom, but this isn't going to fly with that because of the curve, especially on the bigger one. That's just too much. I don't want to push that. So, yeah, we could probably get away with it, but you're going to see a quality difference in the Brilliance as it drops down, and also it's going to be squished closer together on the smaller portion of this and more, appropriately spaced on the wider portion, because of the change in diameter, and I just don't want to mess with it. So I told him for this, we have to really work in this area up here. So I'm going to spray both of these Brilliants in their top sections, and then while those are drying, we're going to try to adapt his file to the new mugs. We should get a, see you later, Ray. Before we do that, we should throw some stuff together in Illustrator. Just our, kind of like our work area. Let me find my cat. Alright. I'm just making rectangles, so I'm not going to pull it up on the screen. We're just making two rectangles and we're assigning them a width and height. So for the rectangle height, for the big guy, we're going to call it 100 millimeters. And for the width, we need the diameter times pi, which is easy enough to do. So we'll get this as close to the center as possible. We got diameter, which is 100 millimeters. So that's a nice little square. 100 millimeters
times pi. It's 100 times 3.14 is 314. So the width is going to be 314 millimeters. And there's our first square. I'll show you guys the squares in a minute. I'm just making squares. For the second one, same deal. Height first. So our square height on this guy is going to be about 80 millimeters. Sounds good. So height, 80 millimeters. And then for width, diameter times pi. Again, a nice little square. We've got 87.7, which I'm not that good at math, so calculator, 87.7 times 3.14 is 275.37. So width, 275.37. 275.37 millimeters. Boom. Okay, so here are our rectangles. So this is for the smaller one, right here. Okay, so the height is the height of the usable area on the cup, and the width is the diameter times pi. Same thing here. Height of the usable area on the larger cup, width is diameter times pi. Really straightforward. So we've got two boxes now that we can drop our graphics into to make sure they're going to fit in the area on the cup that we want them to fit. But before we continue this and open up his files and stuff, I have to spray these. That actually sucks. I need a new duct fan, or a new fan duct, rather. I used to wrap my, you can see my fiber laser exhaust comes out and then sits between the fiber and the Galvo CO2. But I used to wrap it all the way down to my sink down there, and I would exhaust the brilliance fumes while I was spraying it. It doesn't reach anymore because they shortened all my tubes up. So what I really need to do is like add a third fan and then run a really long line down there just for exhausted sprays. I'm not doing that right now. I'm just going to get these sprayed. It's going to be 2 seconds to spray these, and I'll be right back.
Oh my god.
I'm just using regular Brilliance laser ink right here. If you need some, go look up one of my episodes where we use Brilliance laser ink and use the affiliate link, because it helps support the show. It's good stuff. It's like half the price of Ceremark. Works fine. Pretty even, not great, but good enough. You're supposed to just put the finest coating on this, and I have a really hard time doing that. Not like technically, just like mentally. I just like don't, like I feel like it's not enough, and I just always put on too much. Alright, so those are there.
they're drying. I would be stupid not to, give me 1 second, guys. Since we're using it, we can never pass up an opportunity. Alright, here we go. Alright, there we go. I've updated the description with an affiliate link. So if you need some Brilliance lasering, you can purchase it from the affiliate link. Thank you for supporting the show. Okay, anyway. So we need to get our artwork into Illustrator. So let me open this guy's file. Let me just dig through his files real quick. Tell him exactly where his folder is, no searching around. I think it's this one. Let's open it. Nope, that's not it. It's a cool file though. This one. Yes. Alright, so here's our artwork. We should grab this whole thing. And we'll bring it into our preset. So as you can see, this is like perfectly sized to fill like the entire bottle edge to edge.
And the jungle
you
chore.
imagine would use more of the height of the cup. But since we're not, we have to scale this down a bit. And it's not going to wrap all the way around the cup. On the original cups that we did for him, the cups were straight all the way down, so this wrapped all the way around the cup, which we will not be doing this time. And it's going to have to be a little smaller on the small cup. You'll notice I'm leaving just a little bit of room at the top and the bottom. That's just for me, for my safety, right? Like kind of a safety net space so that we don't go over. And with that done, we don't need our outlines anymore because everything is sized appropriately. I do want to just unite these. I don't trust my work. So I'm going to select each one and just unite them. Just make sure we don't have any weird overlaps or anything like that. And then we'll save this. Desktop's fine. We'll call it like, I don't know, sloped. And we'll save it as a version 8.
Oh my god.
And that's that. Now we can go ahead and open up Lightburn. It's a project I was working on earlier. These tiny little letters came out so good. I was so happy with my mirror alignment. That's how you can really tell you have good mirror alignment. These thin little letters came out like crystal clear. This all came out like perfectly. I was really stoked on that. But that's neither here nor there. Start a new file. Let's go to import. Let's bring in, gotta go to, nope, desktop, and, there we go. Alright, we only need to do one of these. We'll start with the smaller one. That one's probably going to be done drying first. Set it to blue for engrave. The mouth of the bottle is going to be to the right. So I want to make sure that the top of this graphic is facing to the right. And we're going to just draw a quick. I say this every stream. Who's sick of me saying it? If you don't need to make these spacers, I need to make these spacers because there's something wrong with my machine and I don't know what it is, and this is the workaround. So just ignore this for a minute. But as usual, we want to make sure that our things are in the right order. So yellow first, then blue, then turquoise, and then up here, yellow first, then blue, then turquoise. We're going to start this from the center. We need to make sure blue is set to our Brilliance lasering setting, so that's down here in steel bottles. No thickness. Brilliance. We'll assign. That looks good. Let's double check our LD is 600. Perfect. And I think that's it. Oh, last but not least, let's come to the rotary setup. We know our part diameter is 87.5, so we'll pop that in there. We're going to enable rotary. We should be good to go. So we'll hit OK here, and we'll shoot this over to the CO2. Alright, so that's sent over. So, with all of that done, we're going to need a rotary tool. We will get that. I'm going to use some non-coated ones to set this up so we don't make a big mess. We want this covered in brilliance. So if we just kind of pop that on there, you can see the back end's off, it doesn't fit, so it's going to need some adjusting. So we'll loosen these up. And we'll bring those closer. They don't need to be very close. It was just barely not fitting, so an additional inch should put us into a good position here. Okay, that's good. Not really level though, so let's raise our back end.
I got brake pads somewhere in here.
Oh, it's much better. And then last but not least, we simply need our clamp. Which I have over here. You guys are quiet today. We usually get distracted by now. And there we go. That looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so with that out of the way, we can move these. We're done with them. This can go in the machine. Should probably set up the laser cam. It's an episode production mode. Just started 25 tumblers for a cooking school. Very nice. That sounds badass. Alright, there's that. This is the little, like, phone grabber that I use when I'm actually making episodes for the show. Speaking of episodes of the show, this isn't going to be the longest Friday Live Day ever, and it's because I need to go shoot an episode of the show. Because we didn't have a real episode upload today. We had kind of like a cheesy fake one where because somebody asked me how to import the Lightburn library files, and I've explained it like 800 times. So I just was like, I need to make a video on this. So I made a super fast video. There's no intro, there's no outro, there's no nothing. Just like a super bare bones, just here's how you import the library. So I uploaded that this morning. I was just going to upload it unlisted and just send it to the guy who was asking the question, but I figured I should just make it public so everybody can watch it. But I have a plan for like a real episode today. I haven't had a chance to shoot it, so we're gonna end a little early today. When we're done with stuff, not right now, but a little earlier than we normally would go. We'd normally go way later. So that I can actually like shoot that and get it out. It's not a complicated episode, but it's cool, and it seems like it's going to be fun. So I want to work on that for a little bit today. Jerry says, made it to a Friday Live Day. Jerry. Been spreading the word of your channel and the help everyone does. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much for that. I'm really excited to hear about it. That's really, really helpful, dude, so thank you. Dean says, I'm storing all these CO2 vids for my CO2 plan. Very helpful. You got it, Dean. And I think we're caught up on chat. Okay. Laser cam. Ready to go. I'd also like to just quickly mention, officially more than half of our Patreon members have switched over to the new Laser Master Academy. So if you are a patron and you haven't switched yet, please do so, because Patreon's going to start charging people for November soon, and I don't want you to get double charged. So cancel your Patreon membership and go sign up over at masters.lasereverything.net instead. And of course, if you haven't already signed up for the Laser Master Academy, go do that. But this is a warning to people who already have signed up for the Patreon. Please switch. Now is the time to switch. We've only got a couple days left until Patreon starts charging for November. So make sure you cancel and get switched over. Patrick's here. What's up, Patrick? Clave says, new to the channel. Thanks for doing what you do. You are welcome, Clave. I'm glad to be here and hang out. All right, so we need to switch over to the CO2 view. Here we are, boom. I need to turn the machine off, switch my stepper motors over to low power mode, and then we're gonna refocus things. And I mean, honestly, it's kind of boring, but we have to do it. So I'm just gonna get it done. I know you guys are always asking me, like, what is the stepper motor thing? I'll show you real quick. I never show this. I really need to just do a video on it, but behind Baby Yoda, let's see if I can do this. I turn the screen so I can see what it's pointing at. Okay, so that is my X stepper motor. We don't want to touch that. There's my Y stepper motor right there. Can you see it? So inherently, this stepper motor is putting out too many amps this stepper controller is putting out too many amps for the stepper motor that is on my rotary tool. So we have to turn the machine off. So we're going to shut it down. And yours will be different. You have to read on the side of this. You see a little chart? It's hard to see because it's dark, but there's a little chart right here that tells you which switches put out how many amps. And this needs to deliver the number of amps that your stepper motor needs. So I know on mine that I need to flip this switch on and this switch on, like that, and now my stepper motor is going to receive less amps from the controller, which is what we need. So I need to switch that back and forth every time. There's ways around that. People talk about it on the Discord. We don't have a video on it, but this is what I do every time right now. It's not that hard. It only takes a couple seconds. I don't really mind doing it all that much. So this is what I say. When I'm saying I'm switching my controller switches, this is what we're doing. Alright. Just wanted to cover that because I feel like we've never really talked about that before. So now that that's done, the file that we've sent over for the Lamborghini was set to rotary mode and the machine is off. So when we turn it back on, the machine should be in rotary mode. So we'll turn this on. Nope. Actually, we're going to keep that off for a minute. We forgot to plug in our rotary tool. Let me find the plug for that. Sorry, there's so many wires in this place. I can't keep track of everything. Okay, found it. So the same thing, I guess we'll continue our deep dive. So you guys look over here. Alright, so in there, that is the connector for my Y-axis gantry. Okay? And and we're replacing this with our rotary tool. That's why the gantry won't move up and down with the rotary plugged in. So unplug that. Plug the one for our stepper motor for our rotary tool in. So now our rotary tool is going to receive the y-axis commands from the machine. We trace the wire back to our stepper. Plug the stepper in. Just like that. And now we are ready to get some work done. So because we've unplugged the y-axis, sorry, like I said, there's too many wires in here. So because we've unplugged the y-axis, that nozzle is not going to move up and down when we turn it on. Here we go, we're turning it on, and you can see, no longer moving up and down. The up and down buttons are turning the wheels of the rotary. Nothing else. That's what we want. That's how you know you have that set up correctly. So we move this over, physically pull it down with our hand until it's about where it needs to be. And lower our bed so we can actually fit our mug in there. Sorry for the detail, I've never explained this on stream before, so I wanted to make sure that we do it at least once. I'd like to do more videos on this topic, but it's just time consuming, and usually when I'm doing a project with the rotary, I just want to get it done because they're paid in the butt. Just lowering the bed here. Be done in a second. It's live. Alright, that should be more than enough space to get our Brilliance Laser Ink mugs into the machine. We're all set up for the small one. So we've got our small one here. Nice even coat, right? Some drip marks down there, but those are down at the bottom, not where we're working, so I'm not really worried about it. We're going to get this into the
One
machine.
big black bar.
Ah, shit. See, so, oh god, I did it again. So I just banged into a bunch of stuff. And now see those dots? Like, those dots aren't going to mark. I think there's another mark on it somewhere. Just give it one more kiss if you can. Hold on. Let's be a little more careful. We're too close to the nozzle. So what we're going to do to remedy this situation, I'm not going to spray it while it's in the machine, but I am going to rotate that mark to the back of the mug. So I'm just going to hit the down button, and we'll just rotate this 180 degrees. Because we know our mug doesn't take up the full width of the, or our graphic doesn't take up the full width of the mug. Put that on the back, it should be fine.
Let me know if it goes away.
Load it in the file, we'll give it a quick frame. Alright, that's not great. I don't think we're lined up. So let me get the beam over here and
Wait.
straighten this.
How's that?
Motor on this end. And I use this little hole in our rotary tool. On this end. Kind of dim. I don't really see it.
Had nothing to do with this.
Should be fixed. Still not super stoked on this. I think it's too big. I think it's too big. So let's just take it down in size a little bit. It's coming up too far on the cup. And it's going to hit those areas where the wheels are taking off that Brilliance laser ink. Which is not good, because we don't want the laser to hit anywhere there isn't Brilliance. So I've made it a little bit smaller. I just reposition this here. So you can see this ring right here, where the Brilliance isn't sticking. That's because it's rubbing off on the stupid wheels. So let's just, again, origin frame. That's not... I hate this fucking thing. Let me spray it again. Let me spray it again. In fact, I'm just going to set that one aside and spray a whole new one. Got a new one sprayed, sitting there. Let's see what we can do with this in the meantime. We're gonna wait for that to dry. See if we can figure out why this is moving. We don't want it, it's moving up and down, we don't want that. You can see down here on the wheels. It's obnoxious. Make sure things are aligned. 1, 2, 3, 4. Things are perfectly straight. It's not going to rotate straight. The big problem with these road rituals are these stupid things in the back here. They move independently of one another, and they don't move evenly. So if you move one all the way down and one stays up, it's going to rotate at an angle. You can do your best to loosen them and retighten them where you want them to go, but it rarely works. Basically screwing on and screwing off. Maybe, I was going to say maybe remove the pressure wheel, but rather than do that, it's a little extreme. I think we just try to lower this back end a little bit. Somehow it works.
very frustrating. Okay, that seems better. That's moving a lot less. Yeah, the pipe burn sounds nice. Maybe someday. I hate this stuff. Unfortunately, this is what we have to use right now, so. Alright, that should be pretty good. If we can get our new one in there. Let me grab the new one. Alright, try not to mess this up. Alright, everything's on. The air assist is going to help that dry. So we're just going to give that one more second to dry.
Almost ready to cut. This is gonna take a while. I think. Unless I fucked up the settings again. 85, 100%. Should cut right through first time. Somehow I don't see 7 minutes. They get fucking lied to me again. Still has to cut all this out. It's saying there's 6 minutes left. Fucking lied. know. The cut's on. It's ready. Almost done. Almost done. Go. Or is this the outline? Oh, I don't know. Should
Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry, we had a customer. But it's 5:19 now. I think there's one more guy coming to pick something up. But, I'm not sure what time he's coming, so only one more interruption tonight, and then we should be good to go. I left this, like, right on a cliffhanger, didn't I? We were just about to run this. I don't even really want to frame it, I just kind of want to run it, so I'm just going to run it. Quick eyeball adjustment there of the nozzle. By not framing it, we can actually mark a little higher up on the tumbler without actually like having interference from those wheel marks. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. What's up to all 29 of you guys watching live? Don't forget to smash the like button because it boosts engagement and it helps new people find the channel. So definitely do that. When the stream is over, don't forget to... When the stream is over, don't forget to leave a comment as well. Yeah, he was very stoked too.
Who wanted to chat? Yeah, no, this rotary tool is a piece of shit. I hate it. Thirty-two people watching, and we're doing a CO2 job. Imagine. I think this might be a laser everything record. But hello to everybody potentially joining us for the first time. Let me see if we haven't done this in a while. There we go. I can share. The laser can share the limelight with me here. I think a little bit.
Few locations for beds.
Shit, dude. Google Home just scared the fucking shit out of me. Oh my god.
7 Penfield Road, Penfield. The second one.
God damn. That literally just, like, I almost pissed myself. I think it's time for some M&Ms. It's an M&M day. I'm just gonna have a little Brilliance laser ink in my mouth with my M&Ms. No big deal. Maybe we need like a soda, like a Mountain Dew. I'm so hungry, and I have 2 slices of pizza in there, but they're from Monday. Also, I bought a deluxe chicken sandwich from McDonald's earlier, but it's been sitting out for like 2 hours, and I'm pretty sure I can't eat that, so soda and candy it is. Oh man, that's looking so good. I love Brilliance, dude. It works just as well as Ceramark, and it's literally half the price. I think I have a coupon code for it. I don't know. I don't push my affiliate partner stuff as much as I should, because I don't like selling things. I'm not a salesman. I'm pretty sure they give me a coupon code to give to people. Let me see. I do. It's for 10% off. LE2021. There you go. If you need it. Like I said, I'm not a very good salesman, so I don't like pushing my affiliates very often, but this is a product I actually believe in. Ken Robertson is running a rotary job now too. That's dope.
No.
I'm not worried about it rotting, I'm worried about the chicken. It was a chicken sandwich. And it wasn't like a McChicken either, it wasn't like a blended chicken, like a chicken nugget chicken, it was like a solid piece of chicken.
Now we're gonna cut.
My baby's being born in a couple days, I can't get like salmonella right now. Getting some messages in here on the Laser Master Academy. Oh my god. Okay, calm down. Alright. That was David telling me there was a Pyburn affiliate program, which I've already signed up for, but I haven't bought a Pyburn yet. So I'm not going to recommend it to people and sell it using their affiliate link if I haven't bought it myself. How long does this usually take? I only run these at 600 DPI. It's taking longer than it probably has to, but I like how they come out at 600 DPI much better. So, I don't know. I'd say it's like halfway done right now. Maybe. A little less. A third of the way done. This one will probably take like 18 minutes. If you have a rotary job with a thinner neck than body, you normally tweak the steps down to account for it. If I'm really concerned about a slope on the curve of a tumbler, really concerned, I'll wrap the tumbler in blue masking tape and I'll run it with the masking tape only setting, which I can show you. It's right in here. This of course is on my 100-watt laser, but it's 500 speed, 8 power. And this is just enough power to just mark the blue tape without burning it away. And this is a great setting for making sure that things are, you know, not swished or skewed or whatever, due to like the, you know, diameter differences. So I would usually do like the blue tape method. Is how I handle that.
1 hour
and
and
stretch or skew or adjust your
24
steps
minutes
or whatever
to cut all the pieces out.
Right. Wendy says, I only have the fiber, so I've never got to watch one of these run. Oh. Yeah, it's okay. What I really want to do is get the CO2 Galvo doing this kind of work, because it'll go a lot faster. But it's going to take a lot of dialing in. I haven't done any Brilliance laser ink work on the CO2 Galvo before, so I'm not sure what kind of settings that's going to require, or if it will even work with a pulse CO2 laser. This is a continuous wave laser. They act a little different. This was a water bottle. The circumference is different by like 100 millimeters. Damn. Yeah, I mean, you can always take an average. You know, take an average. But like I said, I would still test with the blue tape. This is probably the best way to test. When using the gantry, would you be able to adjust the length of the passes in the shorter areas of your design to increase to decrease the engrave time? Yeah, it's called acceleration. That's taking this distance from here to here where it's over swinging and shortening that up so that it's speeding up faster and slowing down faster, but it messes with your accuracy. You don't get as good of lines, and I'm okay with taking a lot longer on my engraving. Everybody's concerned about getting speed down. They want speed. I have no problem letting this run for 18 minutes. I have no problem letting 20 of these run for 18 minutes to get nice, super clean, super smooth edges. So, you know, I don't know. It depends on where your priorities are at. Yeah, you could just jack the acceleration up. You could set the acceleration 200 times higher than it's set right now, and it would just go like bounce back and forth like super quick. But there's consequences for that. In the
Shut up.
Design. And that bothers some people, and it doesn't bother
I can't
others.
leave now.
It just depends on, you know, again, where your priorities
It's
are at.
cutting, it's burning.
What your threshold for quality is. Steam's here. What's up, Steam? Good to see you.
This is where you do have to pay attention.
Canyon says quality, not quantity, if you want an impeccable rep. Yeah, that's true. Though it's best to have both, but I don't use the gantry for much else anyway, so if it has to sit here all day and run these bottles, that's fine. I can set it up. We can run the bottles. I'll spray all of the bottles in advance. Then we'll just set it up. I'll sit down, do work, do channel stuff or whatever. I can just sit there and run in the background. I don't care how long it takes. If it takes 2 full days to get through 18 bottles, I don't care, because it doesn't require me actively managing it. So it can sit over there, and I'm okay with that. What's up, Manzi? We're just trying out a little Brilliance laser ink. We're about halfway done with this sample bottle for this customer. Hopefully the hood of this Lambo fits into our designated height on this cup. I don't know if it's going to fit. I'm hoping it fits. It does look nice and dark, but it always looks nice and dark. You never know if this works until you rinse it. You have to rinse it. This is not a good, you can't determine the darkness of Brilliance or Ceramark or anything else based on what you see out of the laser. You have to wash it first. Yeah, just a rinse. Just rinse it. Literally, rinse it and gently just rinse it away. No scrubbing, no nothing. Though you can scrub it if you want to. The Brilliance isn't going to come off. If you do it right, it's never going to come off. The bond is really strong. But, why scrub it if you don't have to? Nice quick rinse. Comes right off. Affiliate link in the description. There we go. I said it. I hate selling shit. I don't even like telling people to sign up for the Laser Master Academy. It really bothers me. I have to sit here and force myself to do it. J-Mac will do it. I know you will, bro. Thanks, buddy. We're making our way. It's going. I'm watching on the screen too. I'm not actually watching in the machine. The machine's way over here. If you're sitting like this, I'm watching the monitor on OBS. I tried this spray from your vid crap. It's black. I couldn't ever get it black. Maybe a light gray. Question, is it supposed to be engraved deep, or is it a light mark and still able to get? It's not supposed to be engraved deep at all. The Brilliance is for surface marking only. The action by which this works is that you are heating the Brilliance laser ink up to a point where it gets hot enough to bond to the steel. If you throw too much power at it, you're just going to burn it off. You're going to ablate the spray away. And then it's not going to, a little bit will stick, but not a lot of it. If you don't do enough power, it's not going to bond, and it's going to wash away. So it's got to be enough power that it bonds, but not so much power that you're just blasting it off of the cup. And that's kind of the balancing act. The settings that I use in my videos are for my 100-watt machine. Your settings might be different. I believe they have setting suggestions based on laser wattage on their website. But it definitely, I did a cup. Let me go get it. I'll show you how much work it took to get this looking like this. Because I did not just roll out of bed and just have perfect Brilliance settings. Let me go get I have my original test cup. I'm going to go get it. It's really sad, but I think I threw it away. But seriously, it would. You've seen test grids. You know how test grids work. I ran rotary test grids, so it would rotate, mark a square, then rotate back, rotate, mark another square, then rotate back, rotate, mark another square, then rotate back, rotate, mark another square, and it kept doing that hours on this bottle. Tons of tests, tons and tons of tests, different speeds, different powers. different resolutions, 300 dpi versus 600 dpi, big difference. I'm very irritated that my original Yeti is gone. I've been holding on to it for such a long time, and I actually have something to show, someone to show it to now, and I don't know where it is. I'm not gonna waste too much time looking for it, but yeah, they're hard to dial in, man. It's a practice thing. Yeah, fiber's really hard. Fiber's really hard to get. You know, the video we did for aluminum is a starting point, but it really comes down to how hot the metal gets. It's not about heating the brilliance, it's about heating the metal under the brilliance. And so on stuff like aluminum and copper, you're gonna have a much harder time marking it with brilliance because it dissipates heat so quickly. Things like steel are much easier because they keep the heat, they hold the heat in. So, test patterns for sure. Test patterns for sure. My settings from the channel are like a decent starting point, but definitely want to run some test patterns. Christian says, I noticed on one of your powder coat videos that you clean powder coat residue off with rubbing alcohol and magic eraser. Yep, I sure do. Have you ever tried Awesome Spray from the dollar store? It melts off almost no scrub. I have not tried Awesome Spray. I should look at that. Is it literally called Awesome Spray? I've never heard of that. Manzi says, I got good news about our other business. We got invited back to one of the bars we host karaoke. We're doing a Halloween bash at the end of the month. Hooray, that's amazing. Halloween's the best holiday of the year. Can't change my mind. That's awesome news, dude. Congrats. Sam says, do you think it's possible to have a CO2 gantry setup with multiple rotaries so when one job is completed, the gantry moves on to the others? Yes. I think if your rotary supports it, hold on. Let me look up something real quick. So I'm not an expert in this, Sam. So don't quote me on it, but I believe I'm looking for something specific. Hold on. Now, of course, I can't find the picture, but I believe like some rotaries, like the Pyburn, for example, can be daisy chained somehow. I don't understand anything about it, but I'm pretty sure that it's possible. I can't find the picture now. I was going to show you the picture, but I'm pretty sure you can like daisy chain them together, and it takes some kind of special programming that I don't understand. It's over my head. LA's totally awesome. Interesting. I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. I might be pulling that out of my ass, too. I'm not sure. I might just be like totally making that up. I don't think our cup has moved. I think our cup moved a lot more in our initial frame than it's actually moving in like use rotation, which is good. Mike McKenzie seconds the Awesome Cleaner. I use it to clean my blade bed and honeycomb. Interesting. Okay. I will check it out. The actual body of the car is a lot lower than I thought it would be, but it still looks okay so far. I've never had 30 people watching the stream at once. If you haven't already, smash the like button. Smash it. Smash it so hard. It gets more people in front of the channel. Spread the good word, boys and girls. We're nearly done now. We're right coming up on the end. Then we'll do the big one next, and then we'll put all this shit away. I'll take my pictures, I'll send them to the client. We'll put all this shit away, and we'll start setting up the CO2 Galvo jig for the 2,400 pigtail flippers. That'll be the next thing we do. Thank you. I see those likes rolling in. I see that. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, shot right up to 20 likes. That's what I like seeing. Last Friday live day. Last Friday live day, we ended with more likes than active viewers, which was pretty crazy. Like, not by a little, I mean like by a lot. There was like 55 likes on it by the time the stream ended, which was pretty badass. Oh, we got a couple new members on the Laser Master Academy. Special shout out to Jan Jensen and Tara Harris. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for your contribution to the channel. Always great to have new Academy members. Oh my god, come on, you can do it. If this doesn't come out, I'm going to be embarrassed. It looks good though, it's looking promising. This is what you want it to look like. You can tell it's not too much power, because when you throw too much power at this, it will literally start to flake away around the engraving area. Like the non-marked areas will start to like flake off, because they become like affected by a heat-affected zone, which we're not getting here. This is very clean. I think we're into our second spacer. So there it is. There's the before. It's a little blurry. I'll show you guys on the nice camera in a minute. Oh yeah, look at that. Pretty good. That's looking pretty good. So now we just need to go wash it. Alright, Dean. See you later, bro. Good to see you. So let me go wash this. I'll be right back. Came out perfect. Turn the fans off so I can hear myself think. God damn. Yeah, this came out perfect. No problem with this whatsoever. I may get a heart, but you got the wrench. She looks good. There's the car. Getting some kind of... It's reflecting a little weird. It's black as night, though. Which looks pretty good. It's not really reflecting right, but I think I'm just too close to the lights, the house lights, but super clean. Works really well. That's it. So now that we know that that's good, we have to do the larger one. Sucks, but here we are. So I believe for this one we had a height of 100 millimeters. We ended up shaving, it was 87 high for the small one, and we ended up at 77, so we shaved about 10 millimeters off the height in order to get it to fit. I'm going to do that again. The last height we did was 90 for the big one, or 100 for the big one, so we're going to do it today at 90. Which I'm just here, right? I'm taking this from, we had our large was at 100, so I'm just taking that 100 down to 90. I'm assuming we're going to have to shave about 10 millimeters off again. So we're going to start at 90 and see how that goes. Hopefully we can do this without messing up and wasting a bunch of spray. So I'm just going to send the same file over. Countach 3. And then over here on the CO2, Brilliance does work on fiber, yes, but it's more difficult to use on fiber. It's not really designed for fiber. It happens to work on fiber, but I think it's kind of cheating. Like, you're not supposed to use it on fiber, but we use it. We have one that's called How to Get a Black Mark on Aluminum, in which we use Brilliance Laser ink on a fiber laser to get a black mark on aluminum. So it works, it's doable. Definitely doable. Lowering the bed down a little bit just to make sure that we can fit our large cup in. That worked out well. Let's check the focus. The way I check focus on these, because I don't want to touch the Brilliance with the focus tool, is I actually go down further than I have to, and I bring it up until I'm about a turn away from the tool, and then I pull the tool, and we turn up right to where it should be. We're loading our new file. We'll give it a quick frame. Touch high. That should be good, and I'm not going to waste any time. We don't want to mess it up. We already know this is working. So we're just going to run it. Just going to run this one too. It slid back. I don't know if you guys caught my little maneuver there, but it actually slid back away from the stepper motor. So I pushed it back forward again after it had done its spin. Thanks for sharing that link, J-Mac. I appreciate it. took a quick video of a smaller cup, which I'm going to send to the customer. Be right back. I'll be right back on screen, guys. I'm just downloading this video file so that I can send it to the client. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. I'm Trevor with...
That is Gold Run, which was a super rich creek, and where it...
In this video, you'll learn about all the different places that you can make money selling your handmade goods.
Should we buy a place together?
I think so.
Love that for you.
And I can walk you through everything from mortgage rates to closing costs.
Nobody move.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank.
Benefit from the balance of a hybrid home heating system with cooling capabilities. Hybrid systems offer a new way to manage your home's temperature that use both electricity and natural gas to provide comfort and consistency at a lower cost and with greater performance than other options. Hybrid systems also help to lower emissions and can be installed more affordably with a $1,350 rebate through National Fuel's Conservation Incentive Program. Learn more at fuelingtomorrowtoday.com/hybrid.
In this video, you'll learn about all the different places that you can make money selling your handmade goods. And Etsy's not the only game in town, and you can turn your crafting side hustle into a six-figure business. Now, Etsy is well known as a marketplace for buying and selling handmade, custom, and vintage goods. If you want to sell your own arts and crafts, Etsy is an excellent starter platform with over 80 million active buyers. However, Etsy is not the only option when it comes to selling handmade products. So this video will explore Etsy alternatives and sites like Etsy that are as good or better for making money. Now, to maximize your sales, you'll want to list your handmade goods on as many marketplaces as possible. So Etsy alternative number 1, Shopify. Shopify is an e-commerce platform that allows you to sell your crafts and handmade goods on your own website. By starting your own online store on Shopify, you own the platform and have full control over the look and feel of your site. And unlike Etsy, there are no referral fees, and you can easily build a beautiful website to showcase your work to potential buyers and drive sales. Now, to build a store on Shopify, you must pay a monthly subscription fee of $29 to $299 depending on the plan that you choose. Free credit card processing is included with Shopify payments, and there are no transaction fees. For more information on costs, watch this video on Shopify pricing. Now, if you're serious about making money with your handmade goods, you must have a Shopify store to showcase your crafts. Here are the pros of having a Shopify store. There are no selling fees. When you own your own store, you get to keep all the profit, and you don't have to pay any referral fees. You also have full control. Unlike Etsy, you have full control over the presentation and display of your products. You also have access to your customers. Etsy does not provide access to your customers' contact information. But with your own online store, you can generate repeat sales with email marketing, SMS marketing, and other promotional channels. Now, here are the downsides of Shopify. There are monthly fees. Shopify charges a monthly fee that starts at $29 a month. There's also more upfront work to set up. You will need to learn how to build your own website with Shopify's tools and drive your own sales. And there's no built-in audience. Unlike Etsy, you will have to drive your own traffic to your website to make sales. Etsy alternative number 2, Amazon Handmade. Now, Amazon Handmade is a selling program within the Amazon Marketplace where artisans can sell handcrafted products such as jewelry, stationery, toys, and artwork. With over 300 million active users, Amazon is the most popular online marketplace in the US. Data gathered by Statista shows that Amazon dominates the US e-commerce market with a 41% market share. Now, unlike other marketplaces, there is no monthly listing fee on Amazon Handmade. However, Amazon deducts a flat 15% referral fee per sale. Now, here are the pros of Amazon Handmade. There is a built-in audience. Amazon has an enormous built-in audience that provides visibility to your products. There's also no listing fee. Amazon Handmade charges no monthly listing fee, unlike Etsy, which charges 20 cents per item. The listings don't expire, and artisans only pay Amazon once a sale is made. Amazon also has a ton of brand recognition. Customers trust Amazon because it's a renowned brand that provides fraud protection. Shoppers feel more confident when making purchases from unfamiliar brands. It's also very convenient. Amazon takes care of shipping through their Fulfillment by Amazon program, and sellers can also opt for FBA to fill their orders from other sources. But here are the downsides of Amazon Handmade. There are sign-up requirements. The application process is strict, and approval takes up to 2 weeks. Amazon Handmade only accepts sellers with fewer than 20 people in their organization. There's also high commission fees. Amazon levies a 15% commission on every product, and this value is considerably higher than Etsy's 6.5%. There's also a reputation for bargain hunting. Amazon isn't the first choice for customers looking for handmade goods, and Amazon is generally known for selling inexpensive, off-the-shelf products. There's also limited categories. Amazon Handmade has a total of 16 categories. Digital, downloadable, and electronic product categories are currently unavailable on Amazon Handmade. You also don't get paid right away. Amazon pays every 2 weeks, unlike Etsy, which pays after every purchase. Etsy alternative number 3 is Bonanza. Bonanza is a seller-centric online marketplace that allows sellers to build a relationship with their customers. Bonanza has 5 million active monthly visitors, with most of them in the US and the rest from abroad. Founded in Seattle, the company has over 40,000 sellers and 22 million listings. Now, Bonanza also doesn't charge a listing fee or any monthly store fees. However, it's worth noting that Bonanza has a significantly smaller user base compared to Etsy, which has 95 million monthly visitors. However, Bonanza is a great marketplace to further diversify your sales. Here are the pros of Bonanza. There's low commission fees. Bonanza charges only 3.5%, which is much lower than Etsy's 6.5% commission. Sellers can also choose from commission-based tiers where Bonanza advertises products on behalf of sellers on channels such as Google Shopping. It's also really easy to import your products. Bonanza makes it easy for sellers to import products from other online marketplaces like Amazon, eBay, Etsy, and Shopify. Bonanza also provides shipping integrations to connect your shop to third-party shipping couriers like UPS, FedEx, and USPS. But the best part is that Bonanza allows you to build customer relationships. Unlike other marketplaces, Bonanza gives sellers access to customer information. And this helps sellers build relationships with their customers and establish a brand. So overall, Bonanza is very merchant-centric. Bonanza helps merchants build a codeless e-commerce website when they're ready to make the jump as well. Here are the downsides of Bonanza. There's low traffic and inventory. Bonanza has few listings and doesn't attract a large audience compared to big-name competitors like Etsy and Amazon. Sellers must upgrade to higher-tier memberships and offer Bonanza a bigger cut of their sales to access Bonanza's supported ads. There's also delayed inventory syncing. Merchants have complained that inventory syncing from eBay and Amazon to Bonanza is kind of glitchy. So if you sell the same products on Bonanza and other marketplaces, your inventory counts may not update in real time. But the biggest drawback is low sales. Merchants have complained of low sales on Bonanza compared to larger marketplaces like Amazon and eBay. However, if you sell quirky or unique products, Bonanza can be an excellent option to explore. Etsy alternative number 4, Redbubble. Now founded in 2006, Redbubble is a print-on-demand company that helps 728,000 designers sell their art globally. Redbubble is known for its quirky and standout designs and has almost 2 million unique monthly visitors. Now the process to list artwork on Redbubble is simple. Once a customer buys a product with the seller's artwork, Redbubble prints a design and ships it to the end customer. Now Redbubble assigns every product a base price and adds a markup value for sellers, and the typical markup is about 20%, but sellers can adjust their prices at any time. Now Redbubble partners with brands and lets artists create and sell licensed fan art designs through their Redbubble partner program. Now here are the pros of Redbubble. It's a great side hustle. Redbubble can be a great source of passive income, as designers don't have to do anything after uploading their designs. The company takes care of the printing and shipping. It's also really easy to use. Redbubble has a user-friendly interface and an easy upload process. And there's unlimited potential here. Once an artist uploads a design, it stays on Redbubble forever.
Fucking A, man.
The designs can be
How much would you pay for this? If I didn't fuck it up, which I think I did.
We, ridiculously wealthy people,
I
are
cut
the
out
pros.
things that
Starting
weren't
today,
supposed to.
I'm going to give away all my money. All 120 billion.
Taking over writing shorts for this channel. Let that sink in.
Well, with jokes like that, I'm sure it'll be a huge success.
That's it! You're fired!
Can you smell this? Can you smell this? I thought it was unscented, but... Do you smell that? Do you smell it?
So in this video, I'm adding one of the coolest little details that will now be a standard on all coffee tables in my shop. So what you're seeing me do here is use a router and a little template that I made to cut a little keyhole in the bottom of this coffee table. After I cut it with the router, I use a vacuum to clean up all the dust, and then I make the final 2 cuts using a drill and a Forstner bit. After I have everything cut, I add magnets with CA glue and CA glue spray cure, and then I begin attaching the table legs of my table using this hex key. This hex key fits in this nice little slot in the bottom of the table, so that whenever a client wants to move the table or whenever it needs.
I'm going to show you why you should trust every.
Let's take a closer look at this D54304B from NEC. This style of packaging is referred to as a QIP, or quad inline package. Instead of being soldered, this lid is actually welded to the body around it.
You're telling me I can do this and my meat will taste just like Snoop Dogg's? Ain't no way. My goodness, that looks absolutely amazing. That's a Snoop Dogg's.
Here's something fascinating you might not know about traffic signals. Most of these traffic signal controller cabinets come equipped with a police access panel. I can put it in hand mode where I can now use this push button here to cycle and control this entire intersection. So let's go ahead and switch this into hand mode, and now I have control over the entire intersection with a push of a button. So as you can see, when I press this button, it's going to start cycling this intersection. And these lights are going to go red, and it's going to give this truck the green light. As you can see, he now has a green light over there. Let's go ahead and cycle the intersection, and you'll see across the street, he'll get the green light. Wait on him to go through. So let's go ahead and clear those out by pressing this button. And now they're going to have a green light here. Now let's swap this back to auto here, and you'll see that the controller takes back over on the intersection, and it will start cycling on its own. Guys, traffic signals are...
Come between us, sometimes the dreamers finally wake up. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Past hours, running out.
By the way, it's kind of obvious, right? That this random person here is flagged. And so I think they're probably trying to trigger us to accidentally flag so they can kill us because they're level 60.
This man gave this Mercedes the craziest paint job, and you won't believe what it looked like at the end. He sprayed the whole body with the most vibrant blue color, but he added some insane shading to bring out the car's shape even more. But you have to see what the final product looked like. He spent hours on end spraying the car, but the car was so expensive he couldn't mess up. The man was so confident, though, he used a permanent marker and added even more detail. The owner wanted the best paint job in the world, and the man promised not to disappoint him. But when he zoomed out, the Mercedes looked straight out of a comic book, and the owner was thrilled. But this man's BMW paint job was even crazier. He mixed these colors in the can, and it looked like a galaxy inside. But you won't believe the finished car at the end. The man transformed the car with a liquid wrap. This man gave... Whoever invented this way of building houses is a genius.
What I do? 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 How did I get in here? How did I get in here? I don't know. How did I get in here? How did I get in here? You better.
Alright, we're here at Home Depot, surprise inspection on the scale over here. So we're going to hook on this end. Let's go down a little bit, take our first measurement of 24. Yeah, that seems pretty good. A lot of sawdust. Going to 47 inches. Seems like it checks out. Over here to 63. That seems pretty good. Alright, Frankie. Looks like this one passes. This is the standard, and we're ready to cut some molding. Alright, we're here at Home Depot.
This cop showed up to the fire station, but the firefighters weren't there, so he decided to prank them.
You're all out on the call.
Alright, I didn't hear you move for a minute.
you alive? I smell burnt hair. Oh, I smell a lot of burnt hair.
These right here are the secret sauce to hang in drywall by yourself. Basically gonna put them right here against this top plate. Make sure it's hanging a ½ inch down from the strapping. And this is gonna be your friend. This is gonna be your helping hand when you hang this sheet. You're gonna butt it up into here, this end, and you can hold it on the other.
Kudos to this driver. 12'11" marked bridge in your semi always makes for a bad day on the road you don't know. He goes and grabs his tape measure. 17 foot and some change. 17.1 I think is what it ends up measuring out at. But he still goes under the bridge super slow to make sure he clears it. As we all know, you only need 13.6. That's odd they had it marked like that. But good job to this guy for the way he handled it.
Hopefully this one's a bit better. Oh no. Oh no. Look at that. Oh, that's not good. Dango. Wait for the oil. There's the transition. You guys see the oil?
This man is about to open a family secret that was passed down to him after his dad.
Miranda, come check this out. I bought you something. Come see, come see.
Wait, you bought me something?
Let's hurry up. You're gonna love it. You can use it sometimes, and I'll use it sometimes too, okay? I love this, sweetie. I promise. You're gonna love it. Wow. I told you you would love it.
It looks just like a box.
It looks like a box now, but wait till you see what's in this box. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love it. You ready? It's all yours.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what you got me.
All yours, sweetheart.
Awesome.
Hey, like I said, I'm gonna get this thing set up.
What you're looking at is the underside of a 4-lane highway, known as I-26,
Oh,
in Marshall, North Carolina. Now, they've got these great big supports. I just want to know one thing. What do they keep inside the door that's built into the supports of the bridge? Like, obviously I'm not going to go trespassing to figure it out, but seriously, what do you keep inside a bridge support? That one up there doesn't have it. That one has it. And those two don't have it. Could somebody please either duet or jump in the comments and tell me? Because I'm just really fucking curious. What you're looking at is the underside of a 4-lane highway, known as I-26, in Marshall, North Carolina.
No freaking way.
why you want to keep a pencil sharpener in your survival pack. A lot of them are made of magnesium, and that's the kind you want. I'm scraping fine shavings off of it with the back of my knife, then I'll ignite these with a spark. Magnesium dust burns extremely hot at over 4,000 degrees. Now
Don't sweat the technique.
Have you ever had this problem with an aerosol can? We both know there's still more in the bottom of this can, but it just won't come out. So don't just throw it away. It's really simple to get every drop out of it. All you need to do, first of all, is just take the spray nozzle off. Then what you need to do is find yourself an old tyre that's still got the valve in it. Then what you got to do is just rip it out. You'll end up with something that looks like this. Now when we push this over the spray nozzle really hard, you're going to hear it click. Did you hear that? Now pump the can up to about 20 psi, but no more, because you might blow yourself up. That looks about right. Put your nozzle back on. Now you can use every last drop. Yeah! Have you ever had this problem with an aerosol can? We both know there's still more in the...
When I discovered this method, there are no more flies, ants, or cockroaches in my house. Pour 300 milliliters.
Here's a Walmart shopping hack I bet you didn't know. Hey Walmart, how much is this iPad? So they're priced at $400, but unfortunately they're out of stock. Okay, that's no problem. I can actually pay you $200 now for it. Ma'am, I just told you that we don't have any iPads in stock at the moment, and even if we had them, the price is $400, so why would you give me $200? Well, according to Walmart's policy, if the website shows that it's in stock, and then I drive to the store and it's actually not there, then I automatically am entitled to receive 50% immediate discount on the item. Okay, yes, that may be correct, but how is paying $200 now going to get you an iPad when we don't even have them in stock? Oh, it's simple. Once the items are in stock, you'll already have the money, so I have the option for you to ship it directly to my house. Wow, I never thought about it that way. How did you know this? Oh, because I use the 10 Savings app and follow this account for all...
Geiger counter. Banana, uranium marbles, uranium ore.
Show me the way your desk setup looks right now. No cheating. I'm tired of seeing all these super RGB setups. I want to see the reality. I want to see what your desk really looks.
I feel really dumb that I didn't know this before. Ball bearings are precisely machined instruments with no play. And if there's no play, then how do they get the balls in? To find out, I 3D printed an Ugga-Dugga-sized ball bearing. Bearings of this size actually exist in real life, and I see machine shops posting assembly videos all the time. It's really easy to get the balls in place when they're loose like this, but there's no guarantee they're not just going to spill out at any moment. The thing that I feel stupid for not knowing is that there's a ball bearing carrier that actually sits on top of the bearing balls and keeps them evenly spaced, as well as prevents them from sliding out of the housing. The two halves sandwich on top of each other, and then normally a spot welder would be used to keep them secure. I didn't have one, obviously, and it wouldn't work with plastic anyway, so instead I just used a bunch of M3 screws. The ball carrier has a perfectly spherical profile that keeps these balls perfectly in place, separated and contacted between the ball carrier and the inner and the outer races. The bearing I made is low precision, it's 3D printed, it's not lubricated, but it still works surprisingly well and is really fun to play with. Adding a little bit of WD-40 makes it even better, smoother, and more satisfying. Just listen to how fun this thing is to play with. I feel really dumb.
This here is a tenon cutter. You can use it to cut out tenons on the end of your sticks. For all you traditionalists, yes, you can do this by hand. And another piece of tally here I'm going to use to bore our mortise by hand, of course. We could just join these together, but this wood is green or wet. Eventually it will dry out and the joint will come loose and fall apart. In order to prevent this, I'm going to stick our tenon in a bowl of hot sand here, and that will force all the moisture out of our tenon, causing it to shrink. So after just a few minutes it shrunk, and you can see now it's a much looser fit. See as well all the little cracks as it dried out. Next I'm going to take a chisel and split it right down the middle, and then the wedge here, place that in the split we made, and that should lock our joint shut. Because we haven't dried our mortise, that will eventually dry out too and form an even tighter grip around our tenon. A joint like this would prove itself very useful if you were making, let's say...
Jason, what the hell's the difference between these two PlayStation 1s?
Oh shit, I really that's a complicated question. Ask Matt next time he walks in.
The manager of the sushi bar / nightclub said it was...
My girlfriend gets very easily confused.
Love you more. Bye.
Technicians, come on, check in. Oh, I do love you.
Hey.
Oh, what do you mean? What are you doing about it? What?
A taxi, I left my phone.
Try again. Think about it again. Say the sentence again.
Where have you put it?
I haven't put anything anywhere.
You just sent me a message.
Yeah?
Oh, can you just give me my phone?
I don't have your phone.
Yes, you do. It was by there.
Are you crazy? How did you receive that text?
What do you mean? You sent it to me. What? I've got to go.
My girlfriend gets very easy.
Testing thrift storage order.
Here's what makes sense to me.
Okay.
You like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
You have a Dr. Pepper right there?
No, it's Pepsi.
You want Dr. Pepper?
No, because that's 0 sugar.
I'm wondering, you want to taste it?
No.
I just opened it.
Absolutely not. It's disgusting. Why would I want that in my life? Well,
I mean,
why?
would you like to taste it?
If it tastes the same, then why wouldn't they have just changed it and then
Some people
not
have
even said?
diabetes, asthma.
Here's what makes sense to me.
Okay.
You like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
You have a Dr. Pepper right there?
No, it's Pepsi.
You want Dr. Pepper?
No, because that's 0 sugar.
I'm wondering, you want to taste it?
No.
I just opened it.
Absolutely not. It's disgusking. Why would I want that in my life? Well,
I mean, would you like to taste it?
If it tastes the same, then why wouldn't they have just changed it and then
Some people
not
have
even said?
diabetes, asthma.
Here's what makes sense to me.
What are you f***ed up? Are you a fucking idiot? I got the phone in for you. You're a fucking idiot. Oh, wow. It's $25 income. Pass the fucking can, then you pass the other way. You're a fucking...
Here's a little trick on straightening out a board that is bowed. As you can see with this board, it actually bows out. If I put it against my fence, you see I have, probably an 1/8 of an inch gap as it goes, and then it touches in the back. The problem with trying to run this as is and just straighten out this one side, as the far end starts to bow in, the bow will actually go around the fence and pretty much copy this bow into the outside of the board. So to prevent that from happening, all you need is a straight board that is the length of your material, place it on the outside against your fence, and use it as a guide to make your cut. And once that's done, you're left with one straight side that you can flip over and run that against your fence, taking the bow out of both sides of your board. Here's the...
Just to demonstrate what I'm talking about here, let's say that you have a tie that's out of round. You can see my...
This is a little prototype that I threw together to show you guys more about how these pull to eject switches work, because I got a lot of questions about them.
Flip this drink without spilling a drip and win a drink. What? Oi, has anyone ever done this before? Never. Do you have a packet of this? Give me a packet, Chris. There we go, right, watch this, right? Then we take this. There we go. Look at that. Nothing yet. That's the no drink. We've got this one. Listen, if I do this, I want a free drink. Where is he? He's doing some work. Doing some work? Listen, I want a free drink if I do this. Look at that. What a drop, yeah? Watch. You ready for this? One. Very good. One.
I saw the other day a person saying, "Don't call me."
Primary offender number 1 of processed foods is enriched wheat flour. We see the word.
Yeah. Turn the fucking camera on. Hey man, you're not gonna talk to me like that. What's going on? This is the wrong toes you're stepping on, buddy. Wrong toes. I'm just saying, it's his right to be upset, not to be filmed.
Crazy. He's crazy. He's gonna hurt himself. Anyway, look at that jackknife. Looks bad. Oh shit, he's looking inside, but his trailer stayed upright. Oh man. Oh man. You're off too. Oh, when you're off too. Oh shit, the whole side of that truck's gone. Oh. Crazy.
This ain't Texas. Ain't no hold'em. They are caught.
Gave that over?
No.
Is that? I don't.
This kitchen tool does one thing in the most dangerous way imaginable. Let me introduce you to the Not Quam instrument to split congolus vegetables made of inox metal. Congolus vegetable. I've been called this.
Before you can figure out what it does,
17
you have to
minutes,
admire
come
its
on.
incredibly sketchy construction, realizing it's a bunch of shaving razors welded to a stick, and its purpose in life is to split convolutinous vegetables, such as a scallion, by pushing it through the blades in a way that almost guarantees this thing will cut you. You don't even need to be using it. Simply unsheathing it through this.
Nasty little cut you did.
4 years ago, I'm cruising down the lake in my submarine on the surface. My friend's in the back of the sub. A police boat's coming towards us. I'm like, okay, this is expected. This is on the first day, so no one's seen a submarine on the lake before. The officer pulls up next to the sub. He's like, what is this? I'm like, it's a submarine. We're doing surface trials. He goes, where did you get it? I'm like, I built it. You built it? He asks, is it registered? I'm like, yeah, it's Coast Guard registered. I show him the paperwork. He's like, does it work? I'm like, yeah, you want to see? He's like, well, we had to come out here because someone called us and they thought we were being attacked by North Korea. I had no idea people were crazier than me. 4 years.
Customers said they had some light loss.
Could you each say your favorite time Asmongold was wrong? The number one thing was when you said that you just should stop bathing.
Do you want to know what's funny about that?
Sure.
It worked. This is polyethylene glycol. It's called a self-pouring fluid because once you start it pouring, it'll continue to pour out the container all by itself. It moves up and over the edge of the container with no additional help. You can even suck it up into a syringe while the syringe isn't even below the surface of the fluid. So what if we put it in something called Boyle's flask? Could we achieve perpetual motion?
Okay, so let's see if we can get it flowing. Let's drop it below. Let's get it flowing out the end. I'm going to move it over the top. Here we go. It's kind of flowing. So let's see if I dunk it in the fluid now. Okay, we're getting continual motion. What do you think? You can see the bubbles right there are not moving. The fluid is not flowing in there.
Of course it still doesn't work. It's a long-chain polymer just like eggs, not some magical thermodynamic breaking fluid.
This woman tried to stop a huge traffic because she spotted something moving in the middle of the road. Even though she waved her hand asking them to stop, everyone kept moving, ignoring the woman. Finally, she managed to get to the middle of the road and carefully approached the animal. She picked it up and brought it to the side of the road. It was a cute little kitten stuck in the middle of the road because of its injuries. Finally, it was saved by an angel. This woman tried to...
Hey guys, thanks for tuning in next time. Today,
This is Japanese woodworking, known as sashimono.
You better. Don't even. Don't even.
supposed to live in here. Okay? And if you have $200 million, what the fuck is $1 million to you? Nothing. So you can have the only one rookie of the rookie.
We all know anything can happen out there. Sometimes we feel
Oh,
lost.
fuck.
We push and we suffer. We keep going.
What's up, Niners?
Seriously, it's oozing. We're trying to go a mess. You think we'll be able to get him to sit up here? Alright, it's on. Alright, we're gonna do shotgun first? Yeah, so we'll do 4 10s. Alright. Which inch? 2 hands. Go ahead, man, shoot one. Aaron's got the 3-inch in there, and this is 2.5 inch. I think it's just birdshot. Just birdshot. What are you gonna point blank with it? I don't know. It looks like you are. Don't shoot the table. Is that a good shot right there, Mike? Up here rolling? Yep. You're about to get a mess. You ready? Yeah. I swear the shrapnel hit me right in the forehead. Get all over the lens? There's more right in the forehead. Got a little bit of shrapnel on the... Okay. So that did that. That did that. Okay. We'll go. Set that off to the side, would you? Right there. Let's see what the... Wait a minute. Pause. Okay. You're going to be a sticky mess. Okay, now do the 3-inch. Wait a minute. My eye's got watermelon juice on it. Go ahead. I'm going to scoot back a little bit. Juices? It is empty. Which one's this, Garen? 3-inch. 3-inch. Well, shoot it. Let's see what it does. Whoa! That's all it did? Well, that didn't do anything, did it? No. That's sad. The other one blew it apart. The other one blew it apart. This thing's hard to crack it apart. Junk. I hate the two. It's got the 2 levers. Just like that. Didn't do anything. Okay. Raising John sucks so far. Hey, Justin, get that thing apart. So which was that on, Justin? That was on the... What we got? We locked up? Look at the Taurus took a dump on us. Garen had her hung. You just snubbed out or something, didn't it? Can't, it won't eject. Wow. Well, son, that was tight. Something happened. Did you see that? What happened? Something happened to that. What do you mean something happened to it? Was it a dud? That's all. Is that supposed to be bent like that? Good question. Does that hurt it? No, it's supposed to be like that. Well, you shoot it this time. Shoot another one. See if it blows up in your hand. 3 inch. Put something up there. Put your pineapple up there. It don't look right. Don't it? Well, don't shoot it. You're gonna shoot it anyway, huh? I don't know. It doesn't seem right. Well, I wouldn't shoot it if it don't seem right. Don't listen to me.
Still shooting fine, ain't it?
Do you see another shell right here? Did it pop that whole shell out? Or
Yeah,
did
it popped the whole shell out.
the last time?
Watch your feet.
Right here. Oh, okay.
It's fine. Next.
Okay. All right, it's good. It's good. Let's try 45 Colt versus 454 Cazul.
What are you going to shoot with that? A pop?
Do pop?
Yeah, let's do a pop.
2 liter.
Wait a minute, let's do a V8. Should have had a V8. It's slick.
All right.
Never hell.
454 Cazul.
Man, that's going to make a mess.
Is that good right there, Michael? Man, this thing's got me a little bit worried.
All dip.
The women of London stand with women of Israel.
All it did was poke the hole in it.
Yep.
Making a mess though, ain't it?
Try the 45 volt bolt on it.
Test it out there again. You got dirt in the barrels and everything else here. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah. 54 Cazul was bigger.
You think?
Yeah. Okay. 45 Colt sucks.
Yeah, well,
Compare the size of the bullet tag head.
clean that screen, would you? Next? What do you want to shoot next? Some chips?
Let's try chip. Let's go back to shotgun. I want to try to shoot a 2.5 inch thing.
Put the same through. Put the same one through, Justin.
We'll do 2.5 inch through both of them.
So listen, shoot the same one. Yeah, you shoot that and then shoot the governor in your hand and see which one feels nicer to shoot. Made a mess in a bag of chips.
Okay.
You can't have none in for dinner.
Empty.
Did you memorize how that felt?
Yeah.
What do you think? Is it really? I believe you. Because it's heavier?
It kicks less.
Alright. Put me something up there to shoot.
Okay. Good there. This one's got a new one in it?
Yep.
That's 2.5 inch shotgun shell to both guns. That did awful.
That did horrible.
Let's get a little closer.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, it's not a. It blows up too big. The barrel's too short.
I think I fucked it up.
I was going to shoot that one again, you think?
Yeah.
There's less recoil on that one. This one definitely doesn't kick as bad. That's for sure. Let me see. I don't know, I mean...
454 Cazul. Where's another?
Why wouldn't that 410 blow that thing apart?
It spreads too wide. The barrel's too short.
Good God, man, we're 10 feet or 5 feet from that thing.
Okay. Try the.
I guess if you want to really spread somebody out for them, you got to just shoot them point blank, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just kind of feel through the dark till you run into somebody and just pull the trigger, right?
All right. We want to shoot at that one, Darren. Try 45.
So basically, listen to me for a minute. Basically, a shotgun shell or those things from any more than 5 feet away is useless.
Yeah, unless you grab.
I have no idea. So obviously, then you want to either shoot the 45 through it or the Cazul, right?
You gotta try these. So these are Winchester Defenders.
Oh, that's the new ones Garen got?
So these got some little disc plates in them. Copper.
Huh. Try that one out of that one.
They got a couple little.
Throw them in the camera.
They're getting hot.
All right.
Moisture on the lens.
There you go. Why'd you move it back?
It's gonna get sticky crap on the lens.
Oh.
See it in there? Yeah.
Little copper disc plates. These are Winchester Defenders, 2.5 inch.
750 feet a second.
I hope they shoot better than the other two do. Let her have it.
Gracious, that one definitely kicks a little bit more, doesn't it? Yep.
It's worse than the...
How'd you guys like that flow motion?
Gotta clean our camera for a minute. Hold on.
Hey, shoot one of them.
Time out. Game on. Does it kick harder?
Yeah, shoot one of them.
Does it hurt your hand?
Definitely gonna have to do some cleaning on these things.
Wow. What a mess.
Shoot that. When you shoot it on that one? You shoot it on that one here.
What do you want on there?
There you go.
What do you want on the table?
Oh, you put a can up there?
Put whatever you want up there.
Try that can.
Try that can. Golly.
Yeah, those are sweet.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So that answers that question. If you want one at the house, you need those Defenders.
Yeah, the other stuff is just
The birdshot stuff's not worth a crap. I mean, literally. You could hurt somebody, but you have to be right up on them.
I think it'll still wound them.
It's definitely gonna wound them, Justin. But they're on the other side of the kitchen, banging your wife. You'd have to have a Kasul in there to kill him.
Yeah.
I guess you could sting him real good at his butt cheek, couldn't you? That came off to the side because of spread. Now what are you doing?
Alright.
Okay, load them up. So we'll go, load them up.
What do you think we'll go about?
I am a sticky mess. I know that.
This side cut good. The other side didn't.
A 2.5 inch.
Well, you're gonna shoot every one through there, aren't you?
And then we'll do a Defender.
See which one does it worse. I like that idea.
That's kind of what's cool with.
That Taurus is good. That's cool for that. I like that. You get a random amount of tail. You don't have to stay with the same piece. Right?
Let's put one more.
That fills up the chambers, doesn't it?
I have no idea which one is which. We'll go this way.
That's a good one. Uh-oh.
Those three, I don't like those 3 inch.
Jamming, isn't it?
You want to load that one up? I don't like those 3 inches at all.
It did, either. Now, aim it on towards the ground there, boy. She won't even open, will she? Don't like the 3 inches.
Oh my
I don't know.
No. Fucking broke it.
If I used our 12,000,
Oh well.
it's not too mellow anymore.
It's that 3 inch that keeps jamming it up.
It broke.
Is that what's doing it? I don't know if it's the ammo. I don't know what it is, but you know what I think it is? It's a Taurus.
Alright, I'm going to bed.
That's the problem.
Tomorrow's another
Get
day.
her done, yeah. We gotta clean some screens. Little Windex. And action.
What do you got in there?
We got the 45 Uncle.
Okay.
The Defense, 2.5. And just a normal birdshot.
How many does this one hold?
6, I think.
So that one holds 6, and then this one holds
6.
Yep, 6 and 6. Okay.
It broke.
Do both of them.
It broke.
This is not a water bottle. It's an air-up bottle that flavors ordinary waters who send using flavor pots. This is
Alright, I'm going to bed.
getting a daily dose of hydration without sugar or additives. And this is Bob. Unnecessarily throwing his coins away.
That's alright.
in the vending
I got
machine.
duct tape.
You're lost, Bob.
Alright, good night.